are presently live. Please ensure that your phones are on silent or switched off. Offering our humble obeisance at the sacred feet of your Purush Brahmali, Mahant Digvijaynath Ji Maharaj, and Rashtra Sant Brahmali, Mahant Awarennath Ji Maharaj, we invoke their divine blessings as we solemnly inaugurate today's state level English speech competition. Honorable guests, respected judges, esteemed members of the organizing committee, and all our distinguished participants, I extend my heartfelt greetings to each one of you. It is indeed a moment of pride and purpose as we gather here in the seminar hall of Maharana Pratap Institute of Technology, Gorakhpur, to commence the state level English speech competition. This distinguished event is being conducted under the auspices of the Founders Week celebration, also known as Sansthapak Saptah Samaroh 2025 of the Maharana Pratap Shiksha Parishad, as an occasion that honors legacy, learning, and leadership. May this auspicious beginning inspire eloquence, insight, and excellence in every participant who takes the stage today. It is now my privilege to extend a heartfelt welcome to our honorable judges whose presence elevates this event. Their experience, wisdom, and expertise will help shape and guide the performances we witness today. We are truly grateful to them for taking out their valuable time to assess, inspire, and encourage our participants. We are honored to have them with us. Our panel of judges embodies exceptional expertise and distinctions in their respective domains. Today, we are privileged to have with us Professor N.P. Shukla, retired professor from MPIT Gorakhpur, Dr. Ashwini Kumar Mishra, Regional Higher Education Officer, Lucknow Zone, and Professor Shikha Singh from the Department of English, DDU Gorakhpur University. Their remarkable professional journeys, academic excellence, and unwavering commitment to integrity make them the most esteemed and capable evaluators for this competition. It is truly an honor to have them with us today. I am again very delighted to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to the organizing committee. The principal organizer of this competition is Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Dean, Mahayogi Gorakhnath University, Gorakhpur. Joining him as a part of the organizing committee are Dr. Om Prakash Singh, Principal, Digvijaynath Postgraduate College, Gorakhpur, Professor Sudhir Agrawal, Director, Maharana Pratap Institute of Technology, Gorakhpur, and Professor Arvind Chaturvedi, Department of Sanskrit, Guru Shri Gorakhnath Sanskrit Vidyapeeth, Gorakhpur. We extend our sincere appreciation and offer a warm, heartfelt welcome to each member of this esteemed committee. Allow me to present a brief yet meaningful introduction to the Maharana Pratap Shiksha Parishad. Established in 1932 by Yug Purush Brahmali Mahant Digvijaynath Ji Maharaj, the Maharana Pratap Shiksha Parishad has today emerged as one of the leading institutions of Eastern Uttar Pradesh. Under this umbrella, numerous educational, training, and service-oriented institutions are being successfully oriented. The Parishad played a vital role in establishment of the Gorakhpur University, marking a significant milestone in the region's educational development. Today, this organization stands as a symbol of dedicated service and unwavering commitment in the fields of education and healthcare, continuing its mission of upliftment and excellence. It is my honor to acquaint you with the institution that stands at the heart of this event. Maharana Pratap Institute of Technology is one of the 57th prestigious institutions functioning under the Maharana Pratap Shiksha Parishad. Founded with a visionary aim to expand the Parishad's presence in technical education, the institute is committed to offering high-quality, contemporary engineering and technological programs to the students of Eastern Uttar Pradesh. Though it is in its second year of establishment, MPIT has rapidly grown into a promising center of learning. The institute has also introduced a state-of-the-art center of excellence designed to nurture innovations, research, and hands-on technical proficiency among students. Now, I take immense pleasure and honor to announce that under the guidance of the Honorable Chief Minister and Chancellor of the University, His Holiness Maharaj Yogi Adityanath Ji, a state-level speech competition is being organized for the first time at both undergraduate and postgraduate levels in English, Sanskrit, and Hindi. Today's English competition features 30 talented participants from 13 universities. The theme chosen for today's competition reflects national development, social awareness, and futuristic vision. And the topic for the today is Develop India 2047, our vision. I extend a warm welcome to all our participants and our distinguished panel of judges. To ensure smooth and fair execution of the competition, I would like to briefly highlight the rules and regulations. Each participant will be allotted a specific time limit of total 7 minutes, and a single bell will be rung when 5 minutes have elapsed. The speech must be concluded within the next 2 minutes. To be noticed, exceeding the time will lead to reduction of marks. During the speech, mentioning the name of your institution or using any kind of written material is strictly prohibited. Participants found doing so will receive negative marks. The use of mixed languages during the speech is completely forbidden. Violating this rule will result in negative marks. All participants will be evaluated based on 3 main criteria: topic and content, language delivery, which includes pronunciation and confidence, as well as conclusions and time management. Adherence to the theme is mandatory. Deviation may affect scoring. Participants are expected to maintain decorum and discipline throughout the presentation. The decisions of the judging panel will be final and binding. These guidelines are in place to maintain fairness and provide an equal platform to all. Now, I request our esteemed director, sir, to address the gathering. Sir, please. I request Director Sudhir Agarwal Sarji to please address the gathering. Sir, please.
Thank you, Arpita. बाबा गोरखनाथ के चरणों में नमन करते हुए, महाराज द्वय को चरण स्पर्श करते हुए, myself Sudhir Agarwal, feel honored and privileged to welcome our panel of judges, Professor N.P. Shukla sir, Dr. Ashwini Kumar Mishra sir, Professor Shikha Singh ma'am. From the core of my heart, I welcome you all for the state level speech competition which is being organized under the Sansthapak Saptah Samaroh from 4th to 10th December, organized by under the banner of Maharana Pratap Shiksha Parishad. It's my proud and privileged moment to host this particular speech competition at Maharana Pratap Institute of Technology, because this is the first time that MPIT is organizing or hosting a kind of a program which is being organized by the MPSP. On this particular outset, I also want to extend my warm welcome to all the organizing committee members, Chief Coordinator Dr. Sunil Singh sir, Professor Om Prakash Singh sir, Professor Arvind Kumar Chaturvedi sir, for sparing their precious time and making this event successful. And above all, on the behalf of Maharana Pratap Shiksha Parishad, I welcome all the participants who are here to present herself or himself on the particular topic, Developed India Act 2047, our mission. Once again, I extend warm welcome to all of you present in this particular hall. Thank you very much. And now I request the Chief Coordinator of this particular event, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, to announce and initiate the process so that this speech competition can be initiated.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Om Prakash Singh, sir, to please proceed the proceeding.
Respected judges, Professor MP Shukla sir, Professor Sikha Singh ma'am, and the Regional Education Officer of Lucknow, Professor Ashwini Misra sir, the Chief Coordinator and Convener of this competitive program, Professor Sunil Singh ji, the Director of this institute, Dr. Sudhir Agrawal ji, and dear participants from different regions of the state. I would like to call upon the dais for his address and presentation. The first candidate is Prachi Singh. Prachi Singh, come on the dais.
Judges को
तीन जगह
आप सब ऊपर ही बैठेंगे?
मैडम बैठे हैं, मैडम बैठे
First candidate, Prachi Singh.
August year 1947, when Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's voice roared saying, at the stroke of the midnight hour, ladies and gentlemen, when bird sleeps, India will awake to life and freedom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, respected judges, and all the worthy dignitaries. Today, allow me to outstretch the Develop India 2047, which once carried its first rocket on a cycle, but now has its own flag on the moon. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about Develop India, we speak of the $30 trillion economy by 2047. We speak of global influence, superpower status, and technological advancement. But here's a $1,000,000 question I ask. How can we ask India to be developed if a sick mother has to be carried on her son's shoulder because hospital has no stretcher? What good is a $1,000,000,000 dream if its common citizen cannot even afford basic amenities such as healthcare, education, safety, and dignity? Ladies and gentlemen, a nation cannot be called developed if development does not reach us to the last person in the line. Thus, my first vision begins at the hospital gate. Our vision for an India where each district receives healthcare and education, which is also mentioned as the Rajasthan model of Develop India 2047. Moving on. India does have the largest youth population, estimating over 371 million. But it is of no use, ladies and gentlemen, if youth only dreams of living in a $30 trillion economy but does not participate to make it one. This reminds me of Bhagat Singh, who sacrificed his life at 23 because he understood his country needs freedom and he took things in his own hand. His message was clear. Do not wait for your leaders to come and solve your problem, become one. Therefore, a country where youth explores its talent, align itself with skill nationalism and new education policy is a country which develops from developing India 2025 to develop India 2047. Ladies and gentlemen, my next point concerns women. Women are not an agenda, women are not a sector, they are the 50% of this nation, 50% of India. If you have forgotten, let me remind you of Savitri Bai Phule. She walked to a small school in Pune, people thrashed her, people threw mud, ash at her, but she kept on walking. Even when people asked her why is she doing this, she meant when she said, because if I stop today, the future of these girls will stop with me. She not only intended to create a future for these girls, but also a developed India where women are not only the beneficiaries, but also the equal builders of it. According to World Bank, India's women labor force is lower than the margin, that is 40% compared to 71% of men. For that, I have some suggestions, aka vision for developing India 47. Extra tax rebate if one woman has a registered job and business. Second point, priority in government housing scheme if women is also a woman. Ladies and gentlemen, if we wish to speak of billion without speaking of people who feed the billion, yes, I'm talking about the farmers. A vision for an India where our farmers can finally smile knowing their crop gets the right price. Not like before when middlemen crippled their dreams, 2 rupees coin in their hand, shattered and destroyed the hopes and fruit of their hard work. In India, through strengthened MSP and procurement transparency, India can provide its farmer the right price of its crop, and through direct market linkage, India can cut down the vicious tap of the middlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, and my co-speaker, I ask you honestly, how can we build develop India 2047 if millions of people keep on leaving this country for better jobs and better system? 2 lakh Indians have already renounced their citizenship in 2024 alone. I do not vision an India where people have to leave to live. To truly transform our India, India has to turn sustainable development into lived progress and invest heavily in R&D, which is lower than 1% of the GDP, so that our infrastructure can meet our mission. Every plastic or garbage we throw on the road is the level we pull down India from progress. Strangely, in India, whenever we are questioned about a present failure, we rush back 1,000 years back to flaunt our civilization, as if the glory of past can cover the cracks of today. If we were the builders of this civilization, why can't we rebuild it? A nation which flaunts its civilization in a technological world. Indian civilization of zero, universities, and beautiful culture. My speech and my vision ends with a story. During British rule, when a woman was dragged into a Madras court, judge asked her, "Why are you doing this? What do you want from this country?" Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay, freedom fighter, replied, "I want an India where every Indian can shape their destiny, an India that creates, not copies." And she reminded that developed India will not be built in Delhi, but in the hands of its people. That is the India I stand for, ladies and gentlemen. That is the India I stand for. If you refuse to build this nation because you lack opportunity and dignity in your life, remember, our freedom fighters had 1,000 reasons not to fight, but they found a million reasons to build this nation. This is our responsibility, yours, mine, and ours. If we build this nation, the country and the kids can proudly say, "This is my India, ladies and gentlemen. This is my India." Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Prachi. The next
participant is Saubhagya Shankar Bajpayee.
6 minutes 21 seconds.
As my preceding participant just said, at the stroke of the midnight hour when the world sleeps, India shall awake into freedom and life. These were the words of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru on 15th August 1947 midnight, moments after India got her independence. And they were not merely words, my friends. This was a promise, a prayer, a call to us, to our generation. A call to us, a trembling bridge between an unborn future and a wounded past. This was a promise. On that night in 1947, India rose on the shoulders of sacrifices. Bhagat Singh walking fearlessly into the gallows of death. Mahatma Gandhi breaking empires without even lifting a weapon. And Ambedkar pouring soul into the ribs of our constitution. These were the sacrifices made for us sitting here right now conducting this competition. However, what have we done with that promise? And what was that promise in the first place? Let me tell you, the promise was, we gave you freedom, you give us the future. And what have we done with it? Well, we have become the world's fifth largest economy, the fastest growing major economy. We have lifted 415 million people out of multi-dimensional poverty, the highest ever poverty depletion ever recorded in the history of mankind. We have raised our flag at the moon's south pole, reminding everyone that what even the US, the Chinese space agencies, and the Russian space agencies couldn't do can be done by a nation which is considered to be developing in the world indexes. I am Saubhagya, and this is my vision of the next 22 years. I wish for an India with an economy rising higher than $30 trillion, where automation is not an option, it is as natural as breathing, where healthcare is like never before. A lady in Arunachal Pradesh can have her son procured from a doctor who knows her language because of AI training. A man in Rajasthan can get MRI results not in months but in mere days. Teaching with virtual AI labs, interdisciplinary research, and higher mode of education where every child can learn at their own pace. That is the India I dream of. If you say this to a child in 1947, he'll laugh at you. He'll say, this is a miracle, this can't ever happen. But the same was said about computers, the same was said about literacy. Right? But where are women in this? Well, for long years, women have been treated as a minority in our country, to be honest. A type of people that can work but shouldn't work, to be honest. This is the mindset everyone still has in today's time. But in my India, women work with dignity, liberty, and respect. They work everywhere, from entrepreneurship, leadership, even the army. They can work everywhere. These are the type of women I want in my India. But what about farmers? Our country is still 67% rural, right? Well, here's the catch. I don't want villages to disappear because villages are the soul of our country. So how do we mitigate them? Well, villages get high-speed internet, ocean fertility sectors, air filtration corridors. These are the type of things we can do for the villages while not losing their essence. These are the type of farmers I want in my India. I want an India where when a girl stands on a rooftop and looks at her father, while looking at an air filtration corridor, while looking at a high-speed train carving out the horizon, while looking at a solar filtration plant living like an golden ocean, she asked her father, Dad, was India always like this? Was India always like this? Because I had read in the history books that India used to be a developing nation, and her father smiles at her and says, No, my child, India was never like this. But one generation, our generation, decided that India must be like this. because it is not worth celebrating the 78 years of development we have had. It is much rather to plan the next 22 years yet to come. And that's why I say that when we think of our country, why do we feel like that we are still developing, we are still dependent on our countries? We think about this because that is the entirety of our thoughts right now. But when we think like the global leaders we once were, like the golden bird we once were, that's where changes shall happen. That is where change happens, and that is all I ask from you. With this, I extend some poetry lines which I curated exactly for this moment. From the embers of a broken dawn, from the embers of a broken dawn, we carved out a nation's name. From the embers of a broken dawn, we carved out a nation's name. From the silent fields and crowded streets, we raised a rising flame. From silent fields and crowded streets, we raised a rising flame. We broke through storms with a steady will and thunder in our veins. We broke through storms with a steady will and thunder in our veins. Because broken empires fade in dust, but some of them rise again. We are the pulse of ancient pasts. We are the pulse of ancient pasts, the roar of rivers wild. We are the memory of 1,000 scars, the unbroken Indian's pride. And I know the journey ahead is long, steep, far, wide, hard, but we rise here hand in hand. Because, my dear friends, tomorrow is not gifted, tomorrow is not destiny, tomorrow is right here in our command. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
6 minutes 14 seconds.
Thank you, Saubhagya Sankarji. And now the next candidate is Sanya Singh.
O motherland, lamp of ancient flames, where sages wrote the stars by name. Not just tallest towers and fastest trains, but also clean air, pure water, and clean river. If endless miles become our measure, 2047 shall not just be one, but also treasure, but also treasure. With these beautiful lines, Namaskar, Satyakar, Assalamu alaikum, Welcome, and greetings to all. Today I, Sana Singh, will speak on the motion, Developed India 2047, our vision, for which I'd like to bow in front of organizers for keeping it our vision, not my vision, as it's the essence of today's motion. So from Harappa's drainage to Chandrayaan's orbit, from Nalanda to nanochips, India is a heritage evolving into horizon. It's a rich tapestry of cultures, philosophies, language, sciences, and so much more. We are literally living in a glorious country. By 628 CE, Brahmagupta in Brahmaspatra Siddhanta defines you. Our ancestors gave the world the mathematics that powers computers, satellites, rockets, AI today. Buttons, chairs, snake and letters, Ayurveda that cure so many diseases, yoga, are all seated in India. Cataract surgery is found in Shakra Samhita. But the question arises, how we are still a developing nation after so much of glory and intellect? It's because we never went for patents and the world took the credit of our achievements. So it's a lesson we need to learn from history to patent what we manufacture, design, and develop. Now it's our aim and emotion to be developed by 2047. But you might be thinking, why 2047? Because we are now world's fourth largest economy with the youngest workforce, 65% below 35 years age, and you all know the power of youth recently through Nepal. Then huge ritual transactions, 34 kilometers highway built per day, railway station modernization under Amrit Bharat scheme, ISRO reaching sun and moon, World Cup trophies, COVID-19 vaccines, all this just in one decade. But I would like to ask you all, is only infrastructural, healthcare, technological, economic, and global development enough? No. We need an all-round inclusive development which does include political and legal development. We are not just eager to fight for our rights, but also energetic to follow our dreams, our duties, where our vote is not swayed by external factors like freebies and reservations. Moral development, where we do not let anyone again divide and rule by fighting over mosques and temples, small, trivial personal matters, stop domestic violence, and gossiping about celebrity dresses, Palash cheated on Smriti or no, and instead start participating into debates and amulets over real country issues. We would truly, and the most important, without which no country could ever be called if not to social development, where every sector with each and every person is respected and treated equally. LGBTQ plus community with disabled people are not rendered away. Following Article 15, no discrimination based on caste, sex, religion, and Article 21, right to life with dignity, where women don't have to hide bads and black politics. And this would happen only when the bad campaigns and sex education in schools and colleges will be given not just to girls, but boys too. Ultimately leading to hashtag he for she movement by feminists, turning Article 14 equality before law, Article 39D equal pay for equal work into action in true sense, not just legal papers. We would truly be called development. AI would not be used to make deepfake viral videos like recent one, but to innovate and for disaster management, unforeseen situations where NEET-J SSC scams would stop happening, when the coaching centers and private schools and colleges would not run to make heaps of money, but to impart true knowledge, transform and innovate societies, where the justice system remembers that the blood in our veins is of ancestors who, when women suffered like recently, the Jalandhar case involving 13-year and Yadnaya 3-year-old did not the candle marches, but Mahabharata and Lanka did. And keeping that in mind, for heinous crimes like rape, we need to stop asking the victims about their dresses and attitudes and instead start punishing the culprits with inhuman torture and death. And that too as fast as we can, because my honor, thousands of victims through my voice today echo justice delayed is justice denied. And we also have SDG 2030 goals yet to be accomplished, with AQI of Delhi 170 to 500 ranging to be looked upon. Environmental degradation has to be stopped in the name of development. Taxes and corruption has to be lowered. Yes, our GDP should increase from $4.3 trillion to $7.3 trillion by 2030, but not by widening gaps between haves and have-nots. Hence, with that end, I would just say we all need to join hands together to work consistently, remembering Satyam Dharman, speak truth, follow integrity, and work on rightness to gain success. And I won't say we need some more people to manufacture and consume Swadeshi products and consistently work for our country, but I want each and every citizen doing that. Only then will the world whisper in on 15th August 2047. India did not rise. It remembered who she was, the golden bird. At end would just say 2047, not a year but sunrise, not a day but a destiny we shall rise. When no girl walks in fear at night, when rivers run blue and skies turn white, when justice is swift and innovation is ours, then India will rise like a billion stars, like a billion stars. Thank you, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
6 minutes 50 seconds.
Thank you, Sanya Singh. The next participant, Shreya Singh.
A very good morning to respected judges, honorable dignitaries, and all my fellow participants. Today I stand to speak on the topic Development of India, our vision at 2047. What I feel is a nation can be built twice. First in the hearts and then in the balance sheet. Development of nation in the hearts, that I feel quite happened at the time of independence, when India stepped towards freedom. It was a country bruised with colonial chains, yet burning with the fire of hope. There was the country which was having many problems. There was immense challenges. There were hard fought battles. There were poverty, illiteracy, and a continuous need for policy changes. But there, even after all these challenges, India emerged as a nation with immense opportunities. When I talk about development of nation and development of India, I do not just talk about economic achievements. We obviously are going to achieve the economic achievements. If I talk about the GDP, India currently stands at a level of $3.7 billion of GDP. And we currently are running at an annual average rate of 7.5 to 8%. And if we run, or if we continue to run with this pace, we will achieve around 23 to 35 trillion dollars of economy by 2047. But this balance sheet alone can't determine development of a nation. A development of this nation traces back to the roots of the villages and those rural hubs where still illiteracy, education, and basic things are not properly aligned. Education, healthcare, and many things like basic amenities, food, and electricity are still a luxury to many peoples outside there. No matter how many IITs and IIMs and AIMS we build, no matter how many luxury hotels and leisure areas we build, if even 1% of our nation is devoid of basic amenities, then what a developed country we're going to have. And let me take a toll towards new and modern technologies that have come to our nation that we are very confident about. The technologies of UPI, Unified Payment Interface, ladies and gentlemen, you must be amazed when I tell you this, that it alone records 10 million of payments per month. And this digitalization of the India is the new India, ladies and gentlemen. AI Readiness Index, if we see AI Readiness Index, our country's rank is projected to reach up to 5 globally by 2047. We are embracing AI, we are embracing quantum computing, we are embracing 5G and 6G deployments over areas and network portal system. India's development can be seen digitally, that India leads globally in YouTube video creation. And this you might feel like, what is this YouTube gonna do in development of a nation? But ladies and gentlemen, let me bring this to your notice that around 7.5 lakhs of full-time employment has been created due to YouTube in India. And over 10 billion of economy is contributed by YouTube, and it also is doubling every 3 years. You might have seen Gen Z and Gen Alpha becoming trendsetters over the internet. These Gen Z and Gen Alpha, these people are the new upcoming youth that we have to convert into the highly skilled population. This is the generation, these are the people that will make our vision clear at 2047. When I talk about the economics of our country, I talk about industries, I talk about manufacturing hubs. India has created many schemes like Make in India, PLI, Production Linked Incentive Schemes. These all are contributing drastically, not just in imports, but also in surging the exports of our nation. India, when I talk about the youth population, India's youth population is largest. And it is estimated that around 200 million of this workforce is about to join us by 2047. And this conversion of this youth population to a highly skilled workforce can be achieved by application based learning, by vocational trainings, and this is our dream for India 2047. When I stand here and I talk about development of my nation, I do not just reflect on these basic things. I want that our traditions, our philosophies that have been run down through so many years should not be embellished. They should be emphasized on. They should be taken over on according to our current employment of these things. We see that there has been deployment of ancient technologies involving inclusivity and innovation. There has been so many development across various different sectors. There has been development of many institutions that we still fear to talk about. There have been many development of hospitals and everything that are still present. No matter how many times I say that there is still deployment of these things missing in the rural areas, but we are still ahead at many other sectors. When I talk about India's vision at 2047, it is a country that sees so many opportunities, that sees its youth flying over across globally, representing our nation without any fear and without any hesitation. In 2047's hard, and India will rise with so many opportunities without fear of anything. In 2047's dawn, a nationwide India rising without any fear. Innovation, tradition, and peace blend. A nation joining with progress to send. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is not a government's vision. This is our vision. The collective effort of each one of 1.4 billion citizens of this nation is what will make this country's vision approachable. From the scientist sitting over in NASA to a student sitting in a lab dreaming to become a scientist, from an artisan still preserving our traditional culture to a nation's farmer who is working day and night to supply food and grains to us. This is the vision of every single individual. It is in our vision. Let's make this vision achievable. Let's work for it, and it starts today from here itself. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you.
6 minutes 53 seconds. 6 minutes 53 seconds.
Thank you, Sreyasu. Now the next candidate is Asutosh Yadav.
Good morning, honorable jury members, respected teachers, and all my dear friends. I am Ashutosh Yadav, going to speak on the topic Develop India 2047, Our Vision. Let me begin by sharing a story. When I was given this topic to speak on, I casually shared it with one of my friends, and he asked me rhetorically, Vision 2047? He said, you know, I had an issue with my bank, and when I went there, they said the server is down. He continued. On my way back home, I saw these poor kids selling balloons on the traffic signal, and in that traffic signal, I saw an old man carrying the weight of legal documents put on him by the Indian judiciary. I heard him and knew what he meant. What really is developed India? What really is Vision 2047? Ladies and gentlemen, we live in many India, an India which has produced Sundar Pichai and Satya Nadella while still having a significant education gap. On one hand is India called pharmacy of the world, on the other hand is the India where having a decent healthcare is a luxury. On one side is India with Asia's second most billionaires while having the Asia's largest slum Dharavi on the other side. The bottom line is this. India's Vision 2047 is an ambition which will prevail only if we consider all the parameters meticulously. Our former Prime Minister Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee had said, India is not a piece of land, but a living entity. A voice, a soul, a vision. Let me now show you what my India looks like in the current global order. From Nepal to Madagascar to Mexico and Thailand, citizens are disenchanted and protesting. Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, Syria, Sudan, all are hosting conflicts. Look at our neighbors. Look at Nepal. Nepal had 15 governments in the past 17 years and is currently being ruled under the interim government. Bangladesh. Bangladesh is currently going through political turmoil and is also under interim government. Sri Lanka, a nation going through economic hardship. Pakistan, a country suffering from social, political and economic upheaval. Afghanistan, currently being ruled under the Taliban. Amid all of these chaos around, India remains a bright spot, a silver lining to the world. India became the fourth largest economy in the world. We grew at 8.2% despite global recession. India has managed to secure a significant foreign investment. These, ladies and gentlemen, are the indicators of developed India, Vision 2047. India has been through that phase when it was mocked by Western arrogance every now and then. Gone are the days when our foreign policies were shaped by global opinion. Today's India stands its ground. It knows how to deal with Ukraine while remaining a strategic partner with Russia. Today's India understands the power play of Europe while enhancing cooperation with Africa. Today's India believes in Make in India. If this is not Vision 2047, I wonder what else is. As we speak of developed India, let's not forget its cultural diversity. A nation with 22 official languages, hundreds of dialects, and world renowned cuisines. As citizens of this wonderful nation, we must respect, resonate, and revive our culture and traditions. And it's imperative that for India's Vision 2047, we become the ambassadors of our culture and traditions. If saying hello is cool, so should be namaste. If Eiffel Tower feels amazing, so should Kailash Temple, Ajanta, Ellora, and Hampi. Let me now show you another side of my diverse India. A side which makes it vulnerable. Polarization. Polarization based on caste, creed, language, and religion. For India's Vision 2047, it's imperative that we understand our obligations and priorities towards this nation. Because these are not just social issues but strategic limitation on our national power. Speaking of national power, it's the phase when the world is reshaping itself around artificial intelligence and technology. And India has been doing a commendable job with its adaptability. So much so that this very institute, where we are discussing Vision 2047, holds artificial intelligence and technology as its foundation. This is a testament to a leap further towards developed India. You see, when you are aiming for Vision 2047 or Vishwaguru, your shared responsibility enhances. And India understands it quite well when it offered free COVID vaccines to more than 46 countries. And this brings me to India's responsibility towards nature. With its 25.16% forest share, we must strive towards a sustainable Vision 2047 by investing more towards green and renewable energy. Ladies and gentlemen, Vision 2047 is an India where corruption is a fiction, cleanliness is a value, heritage is its crown, and vibrant democracy is its carrier. A nation where bureaucracy, judiciary, and bullet train all run at the same pace. A leader of global south, expanding its strategic foothold while shrinking its economic disparity. This is my, your, and our developed India Vision 2047. Thank you very much.
5 minutes 30 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you, Asutosh. The next participant is Akshita Misra.
Why do we still breathe air that shortens our lives? Why do our cities rank among the most polluted cities in the world? Why do rupees lose its strength when our dreams grow heavier? And if this is not the India we want, then who will build the India we dream we deserve? A very starshine blessed morning to all. This is Akshita Mishra. Respected judges, dignitaries, esteemed teachers, and my fellow change makers. India of 2047 is not some abstract fantasy. It's a reality waiting to unfold. It's a reality we are creating with every kind of choices that we make today. India is one of the most fastest growing economies in the world. And according to some global estimates, it will hit the target of 26 to 30 trillion dollar GDP by the year 2047. But as a common citizen of this nation, GDP matters to me only when my income increases. Children get better healthcare and education, and basic amenities are provided at affordable range. It matters to me when per capita income raises to that of the developed nations, but currently our per capita income is hanging around $2,800. Our vision of India in 2047 is one of sustainability, innovation, and technology. added with equality in every sector. The first and the foremost is the economic prosperity. Economic prosperity must reach each and every corner of the nation. According to the recent UNDP reports, 1% fall of extreme poverty will be marked by the year 2030. But is that enough? Staying away from poverty is the real victory, not just coping it with this small pace. And here, employment plays a central role to the Dream 2047. Education too is transforming according to the National Education Policy 2020, which aspires at 50% gross enrollment ratio. It's something that's a good target to talk about because India of 2047 does not just need degrees. It needs something which has creation, job ready skills, creative and innovation part has to be included in India of 2047. With 65% of our population still below 35 years of age, we will enter the century of our independence by year 2047 with world's largest young force population. This demographic dividend can be a great blessing only if we convert our youth into productive employment. Ladies and gentlemen, India of 2047 will be the leading globe in terms of innovation and technology. With cutting research, AI, space technology, and biotechnology will place us to the forefront of the world. And added with that, the rise in the digital payments, UPI, DPT, has actually saved around 2.73 lakh rupees leakage. And this shows that a state can be compassionate as well as efficient when technologies acts as a bridge rather than deepening the urban-rural divide. According to the recent economic survey, the increase in 1% of the life expectancy raises the GDP by 4%, making health not just a factor of social economic prosperity but also an economic strategy as well. Now, India of 2047 will set an example how economic responsibility and ecological sustainability can work hand in hand. But all these cannot be achieved without social equality, where the farmer in Rajasthan, the entrepreneur in Patna, and the software engineer in Bangalore, together with the teacher in the Kerala, have equal chances to excel. Now, when we talk about this, the female forced labor participation, which is currently around 37%, if India has to join the developing world, it has to reach to that of the levels of the developed nations around 55 to 60%. And now when we talk about this reflects that our female societies have lesser social restrictions in India of 2047 with more empowerment, more friendly workplaces, with smart cities and programs like Amrit 2.0, we have the urban story in India of 2047. Indian story of 2047 will be an urban story because 3/4 of the GDP will be provided by our cities. Pollution, which is one of the most hot debate these days and is currently responsible for 1.7 million premature deaths annually, has to be a thing of past by the year 2047. 4.5 crore cases are still pending in our court, and bureaucracy still remains a daily hurdle on daily basis. These all have to be a thing of past in India of 2047. Now, lastly, India of 2047 will be a nation of peace and harmony, where compassion will be in the core of our interaction, both within our borders and in our foreign policy. It will be a nation where marginalized will be empowered. It will be a nation where everyone feels the part of the same nation fabric. And as we stand at the century of our independence, we have both the privilege and the duty to shape the future of our great nation. Now, so as a result, the 2047 India, which will be the developed India 2047, will be an India where it will be a testament for the resilience and unity of its people, the hard work of its people. So let's call upon our shared responsibilities and ask ourselves a question today. What we are doing today to make this dream come true tomorrow? The answer lies within us by the kind of choices that we make today, as I stated in the beginning of my speech. And together we will build the India of our dreams.
Thank you. That's all my vision, our vision as a citizen for India of 2047. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
6 minutes 30 seconds.
Thank you, Achita Misra. Now the next candidate is Prakhyati.
From listening about Sudarshan Chakra in the tales of old to building Mirage and Tejas that fly bold. From Nalanda University, where we gain wisdom a lot, to longest constitution that our India has got. From iron pillars standing strong to missiles and planes that fly along. From the dawn of 1947 to the strides of 2025, we have made a remarkable journey. A journey marked by the curiosity, courage, and the will to rise. With this, greetings to everyone present here. My name is Prekhati and I am here standing in front of you all to express my views on the topic of Developed India, our vision 2047. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin. Let me begin by inviting you all to visualize something, as visualization has so much power. So just take a moment and imagine. Imagine India in the year 2047, completing its 100 glorious years of independence. Imagine when poverty is mere a deception and not a reality anymore. Imagine when each and every child will go to the school and has the opportunity to shape their future. Imagine when no mother worries because her daughter is set out at night and no father cries because he can't feed his child. Imagine when each and every citizen feels pride to be the part of this truly developed nation, India. But as I mentioned, a truly developed nation. What does this true development actually mean? The true development is not only concerned with the high GDP, skyscrapers, satellite, innovation, inventions, and all those materialistic possessions, but it goes far beyond than that. It is not only measured in the terms of quantity, but in the terms of quality, ensuring the well-being of every citizen. Ladies and gentlemen, how can I say that my country is truly developed when in our country only we call our river as Ganga Ma and Yamuna Ma, while the toxic foam floats on the Yamuna river and the industry dumps their chemical waste in the Ganga river? We say that where the women are being worshipped, they are being honored, even the god resides there. But in our country, over than 1,100 cases against the women are being reported in each and every day, where they are being sexually assaulted and harassed. And you know what? The brutal part is that over the 90% of the accused are already being known to the victim. Ladies and gentlemen, we say that the children are the future of our country. But in our country only, these children are toiling in the toxic industries and are working in the factories, captivated in the child labor. And as we revere our rivers, we revere our animals too, considering them as a part of our heritage. Yet these voiceless creatures are being beaten, poisoned, and brutally killed. So how can I say that my country is developed? Our India will only become a truly developed nation when all these wrongs have been corrected. And it is the responsibility of us, the 1.47 billion of the people who should respect the nation, the citizen, improve their mentality, have some civic sense, and to build a complete society. But ladies and gentlemen, in order to turn all these envisions into reality, we have to take help of the ambitious roadmap that our government has planned for us, as it majorly focuses on four major pillars, that is, the youth, women, poor, and the farmers, articulating six areas: economy and innovation, education and skill, health and well-being, sustainability and development, infrastructure and connectivity, and equality and justice. And by focusing on all these major sectors, India is going to be a 30 trillion largest economy by the economy of 2047. But do you all think that the government can alone transform all these things into a nation where over than 1.4 billion of the people resides? I don't think so. And that is why the citizen must contribute into our nation. But now the question arises that how we, the citizen, can contribute into our nation. Of course we can. By putting every piece of plastic in the bin and by keeping our rivers and the street clean. By making the women feel safe
and not destroying them while they're walking on the lanes. By planting the trees and protecting the land, by embracing our skills to strengthen this land, and by taking these small steps, of course, we can contribute into a nation-wide future. But we have to talk about the India's achievement too, as our India's achievements show that India is having an immense potential to reach to its greater height. Because from worshipping Moon and Mars to reaching to Moon and Mars with Chandrayaan and Mangalyaan, our India has made a remarkable progress. And our India is also the first Asian country to reach to its Mars orbit and also the first country to reach to the Moon's south pole. From UPI to Aadhaar and to digital infrastructure, our India is standing at the forefront of digital innovation. And the most recent highlight of our national spirit is that our Indian women lifting the World Cup in their hands, showing that Indian women are not only participating, they are leading too. And India's most greatest strength lies in its youth, where the 371 million of the people are between the age group of 15 to 29. And these people are the destiny shaper of our country. Let's make a country where every hand is skilled, every mind is empowered, and every heart beats for the progress of its nation. And by last, I just want to conclude my speech by saying that India's greatness is not only written in the history books alone, it is being written by those who are the dreamers, who are the doers, and who are the builders of this nation. With this, thank you so much everyone. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Pratap. The next candidate is Divyansh Dubey. Probably the helicopter of Puji Maharaj ji landed here, so there was a sound pollution. So I would like to call the next candidate, Divyansh Dubey.
Imagine this. It is the morning of 15th August 2047. The tricolour unfurls over the Red Fort. A small girl from Meghalaya is watching the Prime Minister's address live. Not on a borrowed phone, but on her own, which is powered by the electricity her village produces from the sun and the wind. That girl is not an exception. She is India 2047. And that India begins with a fire in your heart and mine today. A very pleasant morning to everyone present over here. My name is Divyansh Dubey, and I'm here standing on the pious land of Guru Gorakhnath to share my thoughts on the topic Develop India 2047, Our Vision. When Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru spoke of India's tryst with destiny in 1947, he wasn't merely declaring freedom from colonial rule, but he was igniting a dream that had refused to die even after 1,000 years of darkness. We stand today at a crucial juncture in the magnificent journey of our nation. In just 22 years, India would have celebrated the centenary of its independence, that is, 100 years of self-rule. For the generation of 1947, the challenge was self-rule. They achieved it. For the generation of today, it is to realize the dream of developed India and transform this self-rule into true prosperity and good governance for all. This is not a political slogan. It is a natural resolve. The India of the future will be built on three fundamental aspirations: prosperity, people, and planet. By 2047, we envision an India which is a global economic powerhouse. From Make in India to Make for the World, we must dominate sectors like defense, digital infrastructure, and green technology. A transition fueled by solar, wind, and green hydrogen, making us the net exporter in green energy solutions all over the world. Second is the pillar of the people. India's biggest advantage over any other nation on the earth is its demographic dividend, its youthful energy. And to enhance that, we must ensure quality education for all, that is, from rote learning to critical thinking, from textbooks to digital immersive experiences, ensuring that every child, irrespective of location, has an access to world class educational opportunities. A healthy nation for all, ensuring affordable, accessible, and preventive health care to even the remotest villages in the country. Third is the pillar of the planet and equity. We cannot expect development at the cost of our environment or the damage of our social fabric. We must aim for a sustainable future, keeping in mind the future generations that are yet to come. Developing smart, resilient, and green cities with world-class infrastructure, high-speed rail, universal high-speed internet, and a fully decarbonized transport network. Ensuring true empowerment for women, children, marginalized communities, farmers, and the differentially abled. But India at 2047 must be a nation where gender equality is not an aspiration, but a lived reality. Utilizing technology to eradicate corruption, increase transparency with the speed and efficiency of a private enterprise. We aim for a civilization that embodies the ancient Indian wisdom that the entire world is a single family. A developed India of the future, which is a responsible and compassionate global citizen. Friends, this India of the future will not be built by governments or manifestos. It will be built by you and me. The student must be the innovator, the questioner, the ethical leader. The entrepreneur must be the trendsetter, the job creator, and the champion of sustainability. The civil servant must be the enabler, the facilitator, and the selfless servant of the public. And the citizen must be the conscious consumer, the voter who holds power accountable, and the guardian of the public property. So, my question is for every youngster listening here today: will you choose the easy scroll or the hard skill? Will you choose to forward memes about problems or roll up your sleeves to solve them? The India of the future will be built when you choose to code instead of complaining, when you go out and plant a tree instead of posting a story. The India of the future will be built when you choose to vote with your conscience and work with your hands. Let us give our future generation an India where the only caste is excellence, the only religion is humanity, and the only identity that matters is Indian. We will not inherit this nation from our ancestors, but we'll borrow it from our future generations and return it to them richer, greener, kinder, and unbreakable. We will not be the silent spectators in India's rise, but the active architects in shaping her destiny. In 1947, India woke up to freedom. In 2047, it must wake up to greatness. Between these 2 years lies just not a span of 100 years, but the embodiment of a civilization that has always risen, reinvented, and reshaped its destiny. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak here today. Long live India. May God bless the Indian nation.
5 minutes 44 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you, Divyans. Now the next participant is Abhishek Misra.
Nations are not built by bricks and roads. They are built by dreams that refuse to sleep. A very dynamic and respectful morning to honorable judges, respected teachers, distinguished guests, and my dear fellow participants. I, Abhishek Mishra, stand before you not merely to speak, but to ignite a vision. A vision of an India that is not just growing, but glowing, not just rising, but leading, not just dreaming, but delivering. I'm here to speak about Developed India 2047. The India our ancestors prayed for, the India our shoulders protect, and the India we must build. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move closer to the 100th year of independence, one thing becomes very clear. India is no longer a nation waiting for change. India is a nation creating change. Our ambitions have become larger. Our ideas have become sharper. Our innovations have become unstoppable. Today, India is the world's fastest growing economy and a global digital powerhouse where UPI alone handles more transactions than many world economies. Developed India is not simply richer. It is a smarter, cleaner, easier, and more humane. Respected dignitaries, I dream of an India where a farmer's hand is supported by technology, where drones guide the field and data guides the harvest. I dream of an India where a child in a remote village has the same access to education as a child in any advanced city. I dream of an India where young entrepreneurs from small towns build companies that stand proudly on the world stage. This is not just imagination. This is intention. This is direction. A nation cannot be developed if it is not sustainably developed. And sustainability does not always mean a grand word or a long report. Sometimes it simply means responsibility. Today, India is quietly leading a powerful shift. Cities are expanding, but with cleaner mobility. Solar rooftops are transforming households into power generators. Startups are solving local problems with global level innovations. And young India is becoming more aware, more conscious, and more responsible. Sustainability is not a burden. It is India's biggest advantage. A developed India is not only about GDP, but about dignity. An India where poverty is powerless, hunger is history, corruption is defeated, healthcare is accessible, education is excellent. That is a true nation. That is a true developed nation. But no nation can become developed with a divided heart. We must stand together, not as religion, not as labels, not as classes, but as Indians. We must stand together. 140 crore voices, one nation, one vision, one spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, when the world will ask, what did India achieve? The world will also ask, what did we achieve? Ladies and gentlemen, if we stay honest, we become respected. If we stay innovative, we become modern. If we stay united, we become unstoppable. We are not preparing for future, we are creating it. So today, let us rise above fear, rise above excuses, rise above limitations, and rise for India. Let us build an India that is advanced. Let us build India that is advanced yet grounded. Let us build an India that is powerful yet peaceful. Let us build an India that is sustainable but developed. Developed India 2047 is not a dream. It is a responsibility. A responsibility that we will fulfill, a destiny that we will hold. And by concluding, I'll only say that I do not just believe that India will be a developed nation in 2047, but I firmly believe that my India will be a developed nation in 2047 by the collective efforts we will put towards it. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
6 minutes 7 seconds. 6 minutes 7 seconds.
Thank you, Abhishek Mishra. Now the next candidate is Meenakshi.
I am the daughter of the nation, where the kings like Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and Ashoka once ruled. I am the daughter of the nation, where in every 50 miles, the culture, the clothing, the innovations change. I am the daughter of the nation, where in every branches the golden bird was found. I am the daughter of the nation, where she understands the geography of the universe before understanding the geography of its own land. A very powerful morning to one and all present over here. Standing before you, this is Meenakshi. Respected all the dignitaries, all the members, and all the friends. So, today I do not speak merely as an individual. I speak as a voice of this generation that dreams of a Viksit Bharat. When we say the word developed India, we are not just talking about modern highways, luxurious skyscrapers, or advanced technology, but we are talking about a nation where no child sleeps hungry, no youth remains unemployed, no farmer feels invisible, and no citizen feels invisible. We are talking about a nation where dreams are not limited by poverty, where talent is not crushed by inequality, and where hope shines even in the darkest corner of the nation. A developed India is where a girl from a small village can become a scientist, a poor boy can become a national leader, and where every citizen walks with pride and dignity. So, from the tears of the freedom fighters to the sacrifices of our soldiers who guard our borders at icy borders, every drop of their blood whispers one message: build a nation worthy for this freedom. So today, but I ask all of you that we are thinking about we are thinking about developing India, and we are talking about so many things, economy and GDP. But I believe that I am. But I believe that. But I am living in a nation where no child. Sorry. But today I live in a nation where it's been 79 years since white man left us. But still we are living in an inferiority complex using fairness cream to whiten our skin, whiten our culture, and whiten our education wisdom. At last, I just want to say that 26 letters are not enough to describe. Thank you.
Thank you, Meenakshi. Now the next candidate is Siddharth
3
Kumar.
minutes 1 second. 3 minutes 1 second.
Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear friends, I am Siddharth Singh, first year literature student. I am here to say say my speech on a vision that can transform India, develop nation in 2047, a day when we will celebrate our 100th Independence Day. We will aim to have an India which has good quality education, good quality healthcare, and growth in IT sector. We also want good economic, good good economic force, and things which make India developed. As our Prime Minister has put their trust in us to lead, and we will continue to do so. There are 5 pillars we have to work if we want India development. Development. First, India as an economic powerhouse. We want India to be an economic powerhouse. By 2047, we will become a 30 to 35 trillion dollar economy. We are right now fourth largest economy in the world, and by 2030 we can be at the third spot, and by 2047 we can be the number one country in the world, and we will become the developed nation, and we will break all barriers and all obstacles, and we become developed nation in the world. Second, a developed nation need world class education to be developed. It means universities, world class universities, good education in rural areas, and our youth doesn't seek job but will create jobs. Third, my point is we have to make an India which is has equality and social growth, where there is no discrimination on the basis of caste, gender, and religion, where everyone can prosper and grow. And my fifth point as India as a global leader. We are the oldest civilization in the world, and we will behave like this. We in 2047, people can see that we will solve climate problems. We will solve political issues between countries, and will become developed by 2047. 2047. My next point is technology and AI. It has, as every coin has two sides, it has its own advantages and disadvantages. We have to utilize it in our favor. We have 21 year, 8 months, and 8 days, and we have to make it count. And our youth has to make efforts to make India developed. We have to not focus on wasting our time in games, PUBG, in pushing our ranks, and in other things. We have to focus on things that will make India developed. How can we contribute? If we study hard, we can contribute. If we treat others good, we can contribute. If we help others, we contribute. If we spread peace and awareness, we contribute. So we want an India which has equality, good healthcare, and good education. When we will achieve these things, we will become an India that we want. So let us pledge together to put our efforts to make India developed, and we will make every effort for this to make India developed. I want every woman to not focus on beauty and makeup, but focus on their efforts to make India developed. And I want all children to not focus on pushing their ranks in PUBG games, but to study our yoga, our literature, and make our country proud, and make our India developed. We have to put our all efforts to make India proud. It is not dream of just one person or one government. It is a dream of 140 crores Indians, and we have to do it by 2047. It is time for India to shine, and we will shine. We will break all barriers and hurdles and we will become developed by 2047. Thank you. Jai Hind, glory to Maharana Pratap.
5 minutes 6 seconds.
Thank you, Siddharth. Now the next candidate, Sanis Kumar Gupta.
India has arisen from the lowest position of a caveman to the highest position of a spaceman. It has conquered the time and space and has tamed all the forces of the nature. With this, a very good morning to the respected jury members, honorable chief guests, and all of the other members present here. I am Sanis Kumar Gupta, and today I am here to speak on the topic that is Developed India 2047 Vision. Developed India 2047 is the government's vision to transform the country into the self-reliant and the prosperous nation by 2047. Economic growth, infrastructure development, socio-economic empowerment, social empowerment, and the other development are the criteria of this program. Steps towards achieving this were charted in the Union Budget of 2025 and 2026, when the Finance Minister of our country, Nirmala Sitharaman, announced few priorities to provide certain opportunities and to accelerate the growth regarding the overall development mentioned in the interim budget of the 2025 and 2026. And it is mainly concerned about the achieving of zero poverty, 100% good quality school education, 100% social labor with the meaningful employment, 70% of the women in the economic activities, and access to high quality, comprehensive, and affordable health care. And one of the last, but not the least aim, that is the farmers making our country the food basket of the world. Developed India 2047 is the government's vision to accelerate the mission of making India a fully developed country by its 100th anniversary of independence by the year 2047. And to fulfill the dream, the aim is based upon mainly four pillars: the youth, the women, the poor, and the farmers. Union Budget 2025 and 2026 brings a series of initiatives in accordance with the Developed India 2047 to make India a developed country by its 100th anniversary of independence in 2047. And some of the major announcements are income tax reforms. Government has raised to meet the domestic demands and to fulfill the other demands and also to growth of the economy of our country. It has raised the income tax concession from 8 lakh rupees per annum to 12 lakh rupees per annum. Talking about the agricultural development, the high yielding seeds scheme has been of great assistance to more than 17 million of the farmers. And it has also helped a lot in achieving the agricultural productivity. Honorable jury members, today I would like to suggest an idea. That is, according to the census of April 2025, the total economy of our country is near about $4.2 trillion. And from 2025 to 2047, we have total 22 long years. If we consider the total growth in our economy near about 10% per annum, then the economy of our country can be doubled within the 7 years. It means we can achieve the total economy of $8.4 trillion in the year 2032. And if we move on the same path, then the economy can be doubled again in the year 2039, achieving the total economy of $16.8 trillion. And again, in the year 2046, can achieve the total economy of $33.6 trillion. Yet we are still left with the one more year from 2046 to 2047. And if we consider the same growth in our economy that is equivalent to 10% per year, then the economy will rise equivalent to $3.6 trillion and it will become $36.96 trillion. Our estimation is $30 trillion by the year 2047. Moreover, if you see if you see the various programs launched by the government, just like the Chandrayaan 3, India became the first country in the world to land the south pole of the moon, showcasing the cost-effective capability of India in the field of space. The Aditya L1 mission will study the surface of the sun, and the mission like Gaganyaan mission will start sending the Indian astronauts to the space. In the last, I would like to say that we are not afraid to be failure. One day, India will lead the whole world in the terms of the free aspects. Whether it is being the technological advancement, whether it is being the agricultural development, and whether it is being the women empowerment. Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day.
5 minutes 57 seconds. 5 minutes 57 seconds.
Thank you, Suresh Kumar Gupta ji. Now the next candidate is Mayank Kumar.
Before starting my speech, I would thanks to respected judges, teachers, and my dear fellow students. A very warm and graceful welcome. Good morning to all of you. My name is Mayank Kumar. It is a great honor for me to stand here and deliver my thought on the topic Develop India 2047, our vision. Our vision on the standing on the stage, it is a program organized by the Reputed Council, Maharana Pratap Education Council. I feel honored and grateful and deeply inspired because today we are not talking about a topic. We are talking about a future of our future generation, upcoming generation. The generation that will see in the future. But let me begin with a simple question. What does India look in 2047? For some others, it means skyscraper and expressway. For others, it means digital growth and fast growth. But for me, India developed is not merely a destination. It is a commitment, passion, and a mission. Next, by the spirit of India, a new freedom. 1947, we got political freedom, but in 2047, we complete 100th year of independence, and we must achieve freedom from poverty, illiteracy, corruption, and inequality. But 2047 is not just a year. It is a milestone that will define who we are as a nation. As we express in the front of honorable judges, we speak on a topic that can express our hopes and confidence that India is moving in the right directions with roads, infrastructures, and education reforms. The next topic is India as an economic powerhouse. Let us imagine stepping into India 2047. An India where youngsters have jobs based on their skills and passions. And industries compete with the best in the world. And the social status of our giants and becoming a superior of becoming in the coming time.
India already has a youngster workforce, digital economy with fast growth, and government focusing on infrastructure, innovation, and empowerment. As we move with the same pace, India 2047 is not will be developing; it will be leading. Education, the foundation of development. Education is the backbone of any nation. By 2047, I want to see an India where every child has a, whether in a cities or in a village, has access world-class schools. Our universities becoming center of innovations and producing global noble literates and global leaders. Learning is practical, skill based, and connected with real life challenges. As a student myself, I believe that education should not just focusing on to do job, but also inspire us to create jobs and make social changes. And next is sustainability and Swachh Bharat 2.0. The most important question is a country is not developed just by rich. It is clean, green, and responsible. By 2047, India must be pollution free, waste free, economic, economically strong, climate conscious, energy efficient. We, we as the Indian, where India are progress towards development with same pace and with same development of India where progress never harm the planet. Development and progress work together with nature because protecting our environment is not an option, it is our duty. Our our place, the youth. The most important question is what is the role of India in 2047? We place that India should be free from discrimination. We will protect our environment, not slogan, with action, with real actions. We will respect diversity and promote unity. And last, I speech with a vision that when you look back at this day, we saw that India will be different. We contributed as a citizen. We made a difference, not just in not not just in India of wisdom, but in Indian humanity, not just in India of technology, but an well-being as well. This this India will make and becoming a wonderful in the upcoming years by 2047. This is our dream, this is our mission, and this is our India 2047. Jai Hind. Thank you.
6 minutes 25 seconds.
Thank you, Prem Kumar. Now the next candidate, Aradhya Singh, is probably absent. So next is Wara Fatima.
Arise, awake, and not stop till the goal is reached. As the call of Swami Vivekananda echoing in the civilization, my heartfelt greetings to respected judges and my dear audience. I, Ura Fatima, is standing here to speak on goals that define a whole civilization, a truly developed India of 2047. My dear friends, 75 years ago, when India arose from the ashes of colonialism and declares that the nation's strength not lies in the power it holds, but in the purpose it pursues. Over the past decades, India has risen with extraordinary forces. We are the fifth largest economy, emerging as the digital capital of the world with more than 11 billion UPI transactions. We reached to the moon's south pole with Chandrayaan 3 and become the pharmacy of the world but by supplying medicines to more than 150 nations and expanded our technological, scientific, and democratic influence in ways that were unimaginable in 1947. Our rivers, Ganga, Yamuna, Godavari, Narmada, Kaveri, carry with them the memory of a civilization that never allowed obstacles to drown its destiny. And our cultural unity, beautifully captured in the lines of a national anthem. From the lands of Punjab and Sindh to the coast of Gujarat and the legacy of Marathas, from the Viridian south to the plains of Orissa and the cultural richness of Bengal, your name inspires the hearts of all who dwell into this vast motherland. Reminds us that this nation is not just a territory, but a deep history of sacrifice, shared purpose, and spirit. Yet, as every river faces stones and bends, our progress also confronts difficult realities. And this is where the celebration must gently shift to innovation. Because acknowledging achievement is pride, but acknowledging challenges is our responsibility. Despite of remarkable advancement, questions remain sharp. Ladies and gentlemen, why does unemployment still concern a nation where 65% of youth, where 65% of population is youth? Why do farmers who feed 1.4 billion people still struggle for a stable income? Why do women in a civilization that worship feminine divine still fears to walk on the streets that should belong to them? Why do talent migrate when India itself can become the center of innovation? These are not weaknesses, but they are the signals that our development must move from growth to inclusion, from statistics to dignity, and from people to politics. Here, the wisdom of our freedom leaders guides us. Bhagat Singh, who envisioned an India of equality. Subhash Chandra Bose demanded dignity for every Indian. Mahatma Gandhi dreamed of a moral politics with compassion. And Sarojini Naidu reminded us that our nation's strength rises with the strength of its women. Their sacrifices are not just memory. We stand on them, and the India we build in 2047 must be a tribute it deserves. Ladies and gentlemen, and as we move towards the India of 2047, as we are rising internally, we must also rise globally, not as a participator, but as a shaper of global ethics, peace dialogues, and global ethics, peace dialogues, and policy makers. We must become our heritage that stretches from the Indian Ocean to the Himalayas, that stretches from the deserts of Rajasthan to the desert of Rajasthan to the tea gardens of Assam. Our voice and India by 2047, India must become a voice on which world can trust when conflict erupts, when humanity needs rehabilitation, and when peace rebuilds. And conclude, I would like to say. To conclude, I would like to say the India we want to build in 2047 must not be built by the dreams alone, but by the participation of, and this participation relies from every farm, every woman's courage, every youth's aspiration, and every citizen's dignity. Thank you, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
5 minutes 49 seconds.
Thank you, Vara Fatima. Now the next candidate is Vanshika Srivastava.
Picture in India, where home comes manufacturing cities, and digital world turns and run by women. And this is not utopia. This is India women are building today. Online, digital, and unstoppable determined. Good morning, everyone, honorable judges, respected teachers, and my dear audience. Today, Ivanshika is here standing before you with a purpose for a woman, as a woman, for a woman, the third pillar of the Developed India Vision 2047. A developed India, a developed India is a place where everyone wants to be seated like that. A developed India is not a country with more and more technology. It is a country where women define the technology. Because it is not the debate whether to involve women or not in the development for Viksit Bharat 2047. Rather, it is the concern how quick we deliver them the service. We can admittedly donate the services for like technologies in the different sectors, but the matter is like how we lead it, how we define it, how we direct the instructions. During my internship period, I researched and I collected a primary survey on how AI tools empower homemakers, and the 25% of the women are actively planning or actively involved in the digital world to make themselves financially independent. On the obviously in the political, economical, and cultural aspects. The biggest GDP multiplier of India is led by the women digital businesses. If we give them widespread support and the infrastructure, then they can build our India can get a direct entry for a third economy into the year of 2047, where home will turn into manufacturing cities. Tier 1, Tier 3, Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities will propel their expansion towards MSMEs expansions. Digital literacy is increasing into leadership literacy in the political aspect, where women's representation is increasing in the parliament every year, where women are increasing their participants and aware in the local self-governments. They are aware about the governances and the administrative structures. A developed country is not about a developed country is about a woman holding a position to authority rather than building it. In terms of culture, the woman role is invisible, and yet managing home is a managerial work stated by one of my poll participants during the survey. My mother always says, if you want to become a change or you want to change, you have to start from your home first. And my home is my state, Uttar Pradesh. And the concern is how Uttar Pradesh will lead this developed mission, and why Uttar Pradesh should. Uttar Pradesh have the high female potential. Uttar Pradesh is the controlling power in India's economy. India's economic curve will increase if our women will be digitalized commercial. Uttar Pradesh have the capacity, have the resources, and have the skills to develop
and to increase the economy of India to the global level. What steps can be taken to do so? We already have the steps. The problem is to direct them. We have to build logistic networks for every homemaker for the operationalize this revolution. We need universal skill trainings. We need digital finances mechanism. Additionally, to my survey, to my research, it demonstrates that women are unstoppable, determined, and fortified to become the leaders. The responsibility must be taken by the institutions like academia, businesses, governments to build this change and to provide them the structural support because women are the strategic engines of the global economy. If 1947 gave us the land independence, then 2047 will grant us the leadership and freedom for women, created by women and acknowledged globally. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
5 minutes 33 seconds.
Thank you, Vansika Srivastava. Now, the next candidate, Harshita Sharma.
Where the mind without fear and the head is high. These immortal words of Rabindranath Tagore are just not the poetry, but these are the very heartbeat of our deep dream India of 2047. A very warm good afternoon to the honorable judges, respected teachers, and my fellow teammates. Today, I am Harshita Sharma, feel truly honored to speak before you as we stand on the threshold of a new era. And out of curiosity, a question arises in each of us mind that what is the envision of India when tricolor arises on the dawn of 2047? What will it be India of innovation, prosperity, equality, and dignity? And it is the India still faced back by the challenge. So today I invite you a journey with me through the vision of inclusion India, which is powered by the human. Youth, the journey of youth. Our youth is the backbone of the India development story through the Startup India, Skill India, and the NEP 2022. The youth is not longer waiting for the opportunity, but these are creating them. But development at what cost? What cost? Today, I, you, and everyone are talking about the development. But if the development destroying the earth that shed the earth, so it is the true meaning of progression. What is the true meaning of progression? If with the earth, if with the air we breathe and the water we drink is became the toxic. And here is the reason when India proposes for the sustainability, a commitment of a net zero by the 2070 and the exploration of solar energy and the hydrogen plant. These are not merely the ecological reform, but these are the moral duty to the future generation. Now let me share an interesting fact. Once the world asked that India could ever reach the moon. And today the same world asks how India could reach the moon at the one of the lowest cost in the human history. From the Chandrayaan L1 successfully historic landing to the lunar of the South Pole to Aditya's L1 studying about the sun and to the Gaganyaan successfully sending astronaut in the space. The India is not longer waiting for following the world tradition, but India is setting the goals. But ladies and gentlemen, here the truth lies. A truly developed nation is failed when the health care is not accomplished. If we reach to the moon, can we not just reach to the every hungry child, every sick mother, and the every struggling elder? If we conclude to the moon, can we not just contribute to the preventable diseases, malnutrition, and the death? Now imagine for a moment that a young, very brilliant student needs to forbidden her studies because his family cannot just afford the life-saving operation. Imagine for a moment that a mother is fighting for the illness because she needs to choose between the medicine and the meals. And for these reason, there a revolution broke. The government launched the Ayushman Bharat scheme, world largest healthcare program for the creating the history and treating the India. It offers the 5 lakh coverage plan healthcare and the poorest families. It provides medical healthcare camps for the needy people. But the mission of Ayushman Bharat is deeply enrooted. That the healthcare is not up for the privileged one, but it is the right of the every individual belonging to the nation. All the development foundation economy and the startup foundation, it's led about the healthcare foundation because who will without the strong bodies, who will lead to the future aspiration? Without the healthy mother, who will nurture the next generation? And without the nourished child, who will become the scientists, innovator, and true leaders in the 2047? So, at last, that's why India proposed a mission Ayushman Bharat Poshan schemes and the malnutrition care programs for the people who truly believe that India is their country and they truly wants to develop them. At last, I want to say that a developed India is not a place that exists on a political map, but it's a promise that arises in our heart. And these could only be achieved by the today's our step we take today. If youth could lead to the innovations, if citizens could promise to protect the planet, and if the nation could took the health as the foremost. Believe me, no one can stop India to reach the goal of 2047. And let us unite not 140 million as the individual, but as a one nation, one heartbeat, and make sure when the tricolor arises at the morning of dawn 2047, a more shiner, a more brighter, and a more happy, healthier, nourished, and developed India. And that is not my vision, that is your vision, my vision, and it collectively our vision of Develop India 2047. Thank you, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
6 minutes 23 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you, Arshita. Now, after Alam is, I think, absent. So, the next candidate, Soumya Misra.
Honorable judges, respected dignitaries, and my fellow Vaishnavas, I am Soma Mishra. I am not standing here just to deliver a speech. I am standing here to declare a fact that is rising beneath our feet. I speak not just with a voice, I speak with the heart that chants India. I speak with the heart that chants India. I speak with a dream developed India 2047. From civilization to superpower, India is not just a country, it's a 5,000-year-old civilization. The land where zero was born, the land where Vedas were composed, the land where spirituality meets science, where every grain of soil whispers the story of our Velar. We were once the golden bird, revered by the bird. Colonial rule tried to break our wings, but could they break our spirits? Never. By 2047, we celebrate 100 years of independence. But the question arises, are we ready to shape a developed India? And the answer is a thunderous yes. They gave us freedom, we must give India development. Bhagat Singh wrote, they may kill me, but they cannot kill my ideas. Rani Lakshmibai fought till her last breath. Netaji demanded, give me blood and I shall give you freedom. Gandhiji marched to awaken the soul of our nation. To honor them, we must prove that their sacrifice was not the final chapter, but the first page of India's grand comeback story. The India of today, breaking limits. Look at us, where we stand today, from 5G to startups. Digital, world's largest digital revolution. We touched the moon South Pole first, Chandrayaan 3. Women leading in boardrooms, battlefields, laboratories, solar power and green energy for a sustainable tomorrow. The world doesn't pity us, it admires us. The vision of 2047 is not a miracle, it's a process. It's a process that we are shaping with our own hands. It's not a dream, it's a vision, a movement, a mission, and a monumental infrastructure that we are shaping with our own hands. As our missile man of India once said, dreams are not what you see when you sleep, dreams are what keeps you awake. Imagine a nation where technology is not invented here, technology is not imported, it is invented here. Innovation is not occasional, it is our daily rhythm. Poverty is not a chapter, it is a history. Youth is not liability, but it is our greatest strategic asset. Youth, the torch bearers of India. A nation is not developed. My dear friends, a nation is not developed by the government alone because vision don't build themselves. It is built by the courage of its youth. We are not the future, we are the architects, we are the force. We are the revolution. We are the drivers of developed India. We are the drivers of developed India. By 2047, we celebrate 100 years of independence, but by 2047, we did not let some distant leaders to shape our India because it rests with us, the youth. The vision of 2047 is not a dream, it is a mission. India, it has been always a civilization that has risen again and again and again. Invaders come, empires fell, centuries passed, but India has always risen like a phoenix woven in gold. The India has always risen like a phoenix woven in gold. Our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, articulates a global truth that this is India's history. Not by accident, this is India's time, not by accident, but by our 140 crore billion people, but our 140 crore indomitable Indians. Our nation is built by love. Let us take one oath today that we will put nation first, above comfort, above negativity, and above excuses. Let us build an India where development is not just measured in GDP, but in happiness, harmony, character, and courage. Let us build an India. And from 1947 to 2047, the baton of responsibility has reached our hands. If freedom was our birthright in 1947, then greatness shall be our gift in 2047. India will not only rise, India will inspire. India will not only shine, India will lead. Our India will lead. Developed India 2047 is our vision, our duty, and our responsibility. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
5 minutes, 5 seconds.
Thank you, Soumya. Now the next candidate is Mukul Dwivedi.
Honorable judges, respected teachers, and all my dear friends, a very good afternoon. I am Mukul Dwivedi. Today, I stand before you to speak about a dream that beats in every Indian heart, a dream called Develop India 2047. And as I begin, I want to quote something that defines our journey. India's future is not something we wait for, it is something we create. In 1947, we achieved political freedom. In 2047, as India completes 100 years of independence, we aim for something much bigger. Freedom from every barrier that stops us to becoming a global leader. It is not just government vision, it is our vision. A vision of 1.4 billion Indians rising together. Friends, nations are not just built in one day. Nations are still step by vision, courage and commitment. And today, we, the youth of India, stands at the front lines of the mission. Now, let's talk about the India we envision for 2047. Just close your eyes for a moment and imagine the India of 2047. An India where dreams have no limits, possibilities have no borders. By 2047, India aims to become a 30 trillion US dollar high income economy, a nation of world class infrastructure, global leadership in technology, and equality for every citizen. But development is not just only about GDP, it is about dignity, possibilities, and equalities. A developed India of 2047 is one where no child sleeps hungry, every village is connected, every young youth has skills and employment, and every woman works with confidence, and every citizen feels the proud of the nation that we have built. The engines of the development are tech driven, innovation powered technology. India is emerging as the world's fastest growing uh, digital society. By 2047, we envision leading in artificial intelligence, semiconductors, space technologies, biotechnology, green energy, and electric mobility, etc. Friends, we are not just using technology, we are creating it. And the other one is modern infrastructure. Just imagine 100 plus new airports, green cities with powered energy, every village is connected, and rural India with urban level facilities. Listen, this is not the imagination. This is the infrastructure of developed India. And the other one is education and skills. A developed country is not based on its buildings, it's about its peoples. India today has the world's youthest workplace. By 2047, every universities, every colleges, and every student must become a part of knowledge revolution, which is research, innovation, entrepreneurship, etc. A developed in India is the our vision. Now the point is why 2047 matters. Why 2047? 2047 is not just a year. It is a milestone of our century. It will be the year our generation takes change. Let us be honest. Let us be honest. Dreams are beautiful. Dreams are beautiful, but dreams demand courage. If we will the and we envision the developed India, then we must remove poverty, illiteracy, corruption, pollution, inequality, and unemployment. Ratan Tata beautifully said. Ratan Tata beautifully said, if we carry our values in our hearts and our courage in our minds, nothing can stop India. My dear friends, we are not here to watch history, we are here to create it. My dear friends, by 2047, when India completes 100 years of independence, then the world look at us and say, here is a nation rose from struggle and today such the stars. The nation stands tall, not because of its past, but because of its vision for the future. Let us take a pledge today that when the world look at India in 2047, It should not just see a strong country, it should see a civilization reborn, a global superpower of peace, possibilities, and dreams. And at last, but not the least, I would like to say, friends, it is something we will create with our hands, our hearts, and our courage. Uh, I stand here with a conviction that developed India 2057 is not just a dream. It's not just a dream. It is our responsibility. It is our mission. It is our destination. And I believe together we will achieve it. Thank you. Jai Hind. Jai Bharat.
5 minutes 59 seconds.
Thank you, Mukul Dwivedi. Now the next candidate is Harshita Mishra.
A very warm good afternoon to honorable judges, respected teachers, and all my fellow participants. My name is Harshita Mishra, and today I stand before you not just with a speech, but with a vision for a developed India in 2047. As we all know that our India became free from the shackles of British rule in 1947, and with it, we earned our right to dream. But today, when we are already in 2025, we must earn something greater, that is, our right to lead. Dr. S. Jayashankar once said that our nation will become great when people start to think big. And today, we all are here to think big. For whom? For our country, for our future, and for ourselves. As we all know that we are seeing a future for a developed India. So this journey should be step by step. By 2047, I envision an India that leads in all aspects of life. By 2047, I envision an India that leads with sustainability and grows with equality. Once Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam has also said that if we want to see a developed India in 2047, then we must unite together with a collective pride. This collective pride is far from religion, politics, and caste. Sometimes we often see some incidents like during international sports event, some people celebrate another country's victory. Such things should be avoided. That's why I said collective pride is necessary because these actions do not even harm the opponent at all, but they divide our own society. They divide our mindset. We cannot build a developed nation with such type of divided mindset. That's why collective pride is necessary because India's biggest power is its 1.4 billion minds. And trust me, when these all unite together, then our dream of a developed nation will not remain just a dream. It will become a certainty. It will become a surety. By 2047, I envision an India that leads in all aspects of life. I dream of an India where a farmer uses technology as easily as a student uses a smartphone, where a villager consults to a doctor through telemedicine, where no child drops out of school because of money, location, or lack of access. And most important, where no girl child is asked, can you? But is told, yes, you can. By 2047, I dream of an India that leads in artificial intelligence, that leads in quantum technology, that leads in solar energy, that leads in space science, and that leads in biotechnology. Imagine an India where innovation is not important but is invented.
Imagine an India where youth do not chase opportunities in foreign, but opportunities chase them here at home at their own motherland. In this respect, I would like to say that by 2047, India must defeat three major enemies that are poverty, illiteracy, and gender based violence. Because a truly developed India is one where a woman can walk freely, youth can speak fearlessly, and every citizen feels valued, respected, and equal. To me, a developed India is not defined only by skyscrapers or GDP numbers, but it should be defined by innovation, equality, dignity, technology, and opportunities for every citizen. By 2047, I envision an India that not a place of wealth, but a place of opportunities. A country where not only few succeed, but a country where everyone can rise. A country that will lead the world in all aspects of life. So, my vision begins a simple question. To whom is development for? And the answer must be everyone. So, my vision is simple and clear. I would like to see an India that leads with science, grows with sustainability, and rise together with equality. Our vision today will shape our India tomorrow. A developed India 2047 is not a gift we are waiting for. It is a responsibility we are accepting. It is a promise we are carrying. And it is a future we are building. In this respect, I would like to say that a developed India 2047 is not a possibility. It is our destiny, and we, the youth, are the generation who will turn this destiny into our reality. And last but not least, I would like to conclude with a reference from Ramayana. As you all know, that bridge to Sri Lanka was built stone by stone. In the same way, bridge to 2047 should be built through effort by effort, citizen by citizen, and dream by dream. That's all. Thank you.
5 minutes, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Harshita Misra. Now the next candidate is Shivam Pandey.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Honorable Chief Guest of this auspicious day, dignitaries on the dais of dais, and distinguished professors, and presented here, my dear friends. Honorable Sir, India has never been short on dreams. We love to dream, is capitulate, theme, because a few centuries ago, a great Indian poet, Guru Rabindranath Tagore, marked the type of nation where India should be. He composed a great poem, and a few lines I want to quote here. He says that, "But the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where the knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into the fragments by narrow domestic walls, where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection, where the clear stream of vision has not lost its way into dreary desert sand of dead habits, where the mind is led forward by thee into your winding thought, into action, into that heaven of my freedom, my Father, let my country awake." So, the journey of the development of a nation is influenced by devotion, affection, and discipline by the people for its country. As Prime Minister Narendra Modi also says that I and you, we should encourage people to participate in Viksit Bharat. We must encourage young minds to realize this vision, to realize this dream, on which we are going to talk about. And why is he saying that? The reason is very simple. The youth of any nation is the biggest game changer of any country. And India has the largest youth population in the world. Around 66%, approximately 808 million youth are under 35 years. This is the big reason. But the roadmap next 22 years is not easy. There are a lot of struggles. Struggles on what basis? There is kind of problems like illiteracy, unemployment, poverty, gender discrimination, a lot of things. But we have to settle all these things if we want to make India a developed nation 2047. Our vision, developed India 2047, is not a slogan, is not a speech, it is our determination, it is our resolution to make this country developed country from developing country by 2047, marking the 100 years of independence day. But if I say, if it is possible, yes, with the help of young mind, we the people are the game changer. We the people can be the game changer. And if I say, developed India 2047 is just a mission, it's just a slogan, it is not right to say. And to conclude, if I conclude my point, India, if you want to see India as a developed nation 2047, we just work upon poverty, zero poverty, 100% skilled farmer with which is known as the great food basket of the world. And healthcare centers. These are the points which we have to work upon. Thank you, sir, for giving this chance. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
6 minutes, 3 seconds. Thank you, Sivan Pandey. Now the next candidate is Srishti Singh.
The future belongs to all who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Honorable judges, respected teachers, and my fellow future world changers. My name is Shiksha, and today I'm here to depict my vision of developed India 2047. Now, when we imagine about this topic, we can instantly imagine about flying cars, zero traffic, perfect roads, and the rarest miracle of all, that Indian parents actually saying, what will you even become? What will you even achieve after becoming a doctor or an engineer? But let's come back to the real world. Whenever someone proudly declares that India will be a developed nation, there is always that one person who whispers, first, let the Wi-Fi stop glitching. But sarcasm aside, that very same India is now launching rockets, building expressways, and creating startup unicorns, and sending messages to Mars even faster than we reply to WhatsApp. So, yes, jokes apart, we are improving. Now imagine India in 2047. No potholes, no bufferings, no long quiz, and teachers who don't yell. Students turn on their cameras. That sounds magical. But magical things happen when 1.4 billion people stop complaining and start contributing. Let's start with a higher dream, a higher income India. By 2047, India aims to become a high income nation. Translation, wealth everywhere, but in an economically approved, responsible way. Real growth means which more jobs, more opportunities, more innovations, and hopefully fewer. Sir, the system is very slow excuses. Now let's talk about the infrastructure development. By 2047, India wants world-class expressways, bullet trains that run faster than the exam panic, airports that are better than our dreams, and smart cities that actually feel smart. Now, this sounds very ambitious, but is it impossible? Not at all. Because we have reached Mars cheaper than the cost of making of movie Gravity. So yes, anything is possible. Now talking about the innovation and industrialization, by 2047, India wants to lead in startups, technology, research, manufacturing, digital transformation. We want to build things that the world buys, not buy the things that the world builds. And honestly, we have more engineers than some countries have population. So now it's high time that we start using them properly. In my opinion, in my opinion, developed India is not just about it is not just about the money. It is about the human development too. And we have to work upon few sectors. Like first, the very main sector is poverty reduction. And India, where no child sleeps hungry, where poverty is just a history lesson, not in reality. Second, we have to work upon the improved health. And India, where there are affordable healthcare, modern government hospitals, and zero preventable deaths, and doctors who don't say, come tomorrow, OPD timing is over. Now let's talk about gender equality. A developed India means a safe and equal India, where girls who don't have to fight for the opportunities and boys who don't have to fight for the emotions, where talent, not gender, defines your future. We have to also work upon the quality education. The education where we have to only work upon the learning, not just memorizing paragraphs that evaporate immediately after the exams. We need students who think, question, invent, and lead. And let's be honest, it's very easy to laugh at these slogans, very easy to be sarcastic, and very easy to say 2047. Till then, I'll probably get retired. But deep down, we all know that India is capable of miracles. We have seen it in our history, our science, our culture, and our people. The supportive truth is that developed India is only possible if we, the youth, become the driving force. Our ideas, our skills, our responsibility, our honesty, our discipline,
will shape the India of 2047. In conclusion, we can be sarcastic, that's our style, but we can also be unstoppable, that's our strength. Let's dream big, work a lot, laugh a little, because when India turns 100, the world says that India is not just a developed nation, it is an extraordinary one. Thank you, Jen.
5 minutes 34 seconds.
Thank you, Srishti. Now the next participant is Aditya Dubey.
Relax. This is just a piece of blank paper representing India of 2047. And yes, developed India, touching the feet of all the dignitaries and my warm regards to the jury members and all my fellow participants. I, Aditya Dubey, thank this stage to help a boy from a small city to express his views on developed nation India at 2047, our vision. Rabindranath Tagore very beautifully says, "Let your life be a lamp to India. For the motherland waits for those who dare to dream and to act." We have come a very long way as a civilization and we have a story to tell. From flying Pushpak Viman to mighty Tejas and Mirage. From carrying components of a satellite on a bicycle to sending Subhanshu Shukla to the International Space Station. From worshipping the moon to landing Chandrayaan 3 on the dark side of the moon. From the valor of Rani Lakshmi Bai to the unparalleled resilience of Sophia Qureshi on the borders and Deepti Sharma on the field. From being ruled and looted by British to becoming the 5th largest economy, surpassing them. From Gukesh, world chess champion, to Virat Kohli scoring his record 83rd and then 84th century. From building the Ram Setu to making the world's highest railway bridge, the Chenab Rail Bridge. India's GDP growth has exceeded expectations and today India is a 4 trillion economy. But, ladies and gentlemen, in order to become a Viksit Bharat, we need to walk yet a very long way. Years back, Bhagat Singh, Sukhdev, Rajguru, Pandit Nehru, Veer Savarkar, Mahatma Gandhi, Sardar Patel, S. Radhakrishnan and many more had kept awakened the commitment and ardor of freedom in the hearts of people. If 25 to 30 crore Indians can send British back to their land, we are 140 crore Indians. Why should we be worried? Can we not build a developed India on its 100th independence? Ladies and gentlemen, we are thriving in the age of Amritkal. This time is the right time. Yes, we could not fight for the freedom. But in the coming years, our each and every step is going to form the framework of developed India of 2047. Recently, we saw the flag hoisting ceremony at the Ayodhya Ram Janmabhoomi. The flag picturizes a Kovedar Vriksha that speak volumes about our culture and strength. Along with the spiritual identity of Raghukul, it shows that deeper and stronger the roots of a tree are, the greatest is its glory. Similarly, it is us, the citizens at the grassroots level, who are responsible for forming developed India. And ladies and gentlemen, this will happen with the help of farmers, private sectors, entrepreneurs, industries, women, MSMEs, and especially youth. As youth are the beneficiaries as well as agents of this change. For a nation, the greatest measure of self-respect is self-reliance. Bedrock of Viksit Bharat is also a self-reliant Bharat with the mantra of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas and Sabka Vishwas. Ladies and gentlemen, all this can be achieved if we consider nature conservation and sustainability as our major dharma. And why do we need to care for the nature, sir. It is because nature has enough for the need, but not for the greed. We need to take 8 resolutions for this. Conserving water and mother rivers, planting a tree, natural farming, healthy lifestyle, increasing the use of millets and reducing oil in our diet, adopting Swadeshi with the motto of vocal for local, encouraging Swachh Bharat mission, promoting yoga and sports, and visiting Bharat. Ladies and gentlemen, how will be our developed nation in 2047? It will lead itself to modernization, not westernization. It will be a place where people will be present in the real world, not the real world. A place where reading books will be more important than being on Facebooks. A place where we will not need to take candle march to seek justice. A place where people will be ashamed of buying cigarettes, not sanitary pads. A country with its true potential in IT, finance, agri-logistics, aerospace engineering, semiconductors, electronic vehicles, and many more. We need to learn from leaders like Yogi Adityanath, who recently helped a deaf and mute girl, Khushi Gupta, who walked from Kanpur to Lucknow just to meet him. We need to acknowledge our deaf and mute and specially able brothers and sisters who have been neglected for ages. Chamar. This word might sound derogatory or insulting to you, but it did not to Sudhir Rajbhar from Uttar Pradesh, who built an entire empire called Chamar Studios, selling shoes, bags, furniture worth crores in India, Germany, and Miami. Let us remember the golden words of Swami Vivekananda. Arise, awake, and stop not until the goal is reached. Concluding my speech, ladies and gentlemen, I roar from this podium that the day is not far when in 2047 the headlines of all the newspapers will be Developed Nation India, what next? Let 2047 not just be a hope, let it be a commitment. Let us say with pride what Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji said. The call of India is the call of duty. When her sons and daughters stand united, there is no force in the earth that can disgrace her rise. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Jai Ma Bharat.
6 minutes 54 seconds.
Thank you, Aditya. Now the next participant is Soumya Sahu.
Every nation carries two stories, one written in the books and another etched in the hearts of its people. One built by the past and another waiting in its future. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I am Soumya Sahu, and today I'm here to share my views on the topic Developed India at 2047, our vision. As the centenary of independence approaches, I want to share with you not a critique of what has been, but a vision of what must be. And also, I must begin with a disclaimer that if you expect me to talk about government schemes, their success and failure rates, then I might end up disappointing you. Because as our preamble begins with a declaration, we, the people of India, ladies and gentlemen, I repeat it in capital letters, we, the 1.46 billion people of India, all of us. And this statement implies constitutional morality, an obligation to be an active participant, not solely through political representation, but an out-and-out accountability through check and balance of power and its stakeholders. For some of us, the thought might be that the developed India at 2047 is an inconceivable approach. But I, ladies and gentlemen, I strongly disagree because from the wisdom of Takshashila and Nalanda to now the innovations of IITs and ISRO,
From the verses of Vedas to now the codes of powering quantum computers, and from crafting chariots of legends thousands of years ago to now designing the rockets that touch the edge of space. Ladies and gentlemen, this journey is a testament of India's inherent character of transforming vision into achievements. Today, we celebrate women, women like Kalpana Chawla, Sudha Murthy, and Smriti Mandhana. Their achievements shine bright, but their brilliance should not blind us to the darkness of the society that still exists. Because while we honor these icons, there are still millions of girls who are told to adjust while the boys are empowered to aspire. And this is not a mere photo. From my own neighborhood, Gayatri's education was abolished while a brother is a 10th grader in city public school. And behind many closed doors, women still face domestic violence disguised as family matter and tolerated only because they are taught to endure and not empowered to resist. So I ask each one of us, how can a nation celebrate Kalpana Chawla reaching space when right here on the ground their own daughters are denied the space to dream? And this injustice deepens further when the age-old caste system still holds their ground. In a nation that dreams of artificial intelligence, we are still shackled by the identities that should have faded, which I'll correct myself, that should have vanished generations ago. As Mahatma Gandhi rightly cautioned us, the caste system as it prevails in India today is a hindrance to progress. So it is high time that equality must stop being a constitutional promise and start becoming a lived reality in our homes, our streets, and most important, our own hearts. And what casteism is to our social progress, farmers' distress is to nation's progress. One weakens our conscience and the other weakens our nation's backbone. Today, agriculture employs over 50% of India's workforce, yet it barely contributes 15 to 16% of the country's GDP. And this imbalance is a reminder that the hands feeding a population of 1.46 billion people still tremble under debt, climate uncertainty, and limited financial support. So it is high time that India needs a multi-layered approach, starting with climate resilient farming, AI-based solution, drone monitoring, scientific literacy, and strong FPOs and direct financial support. But progress means little, my friend, if we exhaust the planet that sustains us. Today, sustainability is an economic necessity, and as my last 10th economics NCRT rightly stated, we have not inherited this planet from our forefather, instead, we have borrowed it from our children. So it is we, the youth of the nation, standing at this historic intersection where sustainability and employment can grow hand in hand. Okay, imagine with me a nation where the young entrepreneurs lead solar startups in villages, where students introduce climate smart solutions, and where the young entrepreneurs from the rural India earn through agro processing, organic farming, and climate and water conservation projects. So when sustainability becomes our ethic and self-employment our culture, we will be leading a truly sustainable life. And for the problem with economic postulations is too much maths and too little history, and this history tells us one timeless truth that a nation grows greatest when its people choose responsibility over rhetoric. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we stand here at the dawn of a new rise, India is not asking us for miracles. India is asking us for the commitment to dream, the commitment to act, and the commitment to rise above excuses. Because developed India is not a vision of Sir PM Modi or Sir CM Yogi, but a collective responsibility of you, me, and each one of us. Our paths might differ, but our vision is the same. Developed India at 2047. Thank you, Jai Hind.
5 minutes 56 seconds.
Thank you, Samya. Now the last candidate is Karthi Gupta.
Good afternoon, honorable judges, esteemed guests, and my fellow dreamers of a new India. Today, I, Karthik Gupta, will be presenting my vision of a developed India 2047. There comes a moment in every nation's journey when the future does not whisper, it calls out. And as we stand here today in Gorakhpur, the dream of a developed India 2047 echoes louder than ever. 78 years ago, India awakened to freedom. And as India heads towards marking a centenary of its twisted destiny, it must do so with confidence. A confidence which is not alone a strategy. Confidence becomes history when translated into infrastructure rising, industry reviving, technology surging, and our cultural pulse reawakening. A nation is powerful where it knows where it comes from. For centuries, India's civilizational flame has flickered under the winds of invasion, colonization, and intellectual dilution. Yet, it never extinguished. Over the past decade, this flame has burned brighter than ever, with the construction of the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya and the Statue of Unity serving as not mere structures but as restoration of civilizational memory. The National Maritime Heritage Complex coming up in Lothal, Gujarat, serves to reconnect us to maritime legacy which predates most modern civilizations. India is no longer rediscovering its identity, India is reasserting it. The civilizational confidence is incomplete without agricultural resilience, the backbone of India's economic history. For far too long, we have perceived agriculture as legacy and not as a leverage. See, initiatives like the PM Kisan have institutionalized income stability, whereas the Fasal Bima Yojana has helped mitigate climate and market anxieties, and the National Mission on Natural Farming has served to cultivate sustainability into the very grammar of cultivation. By 2047, India must evolve from its role as a granary into an agri-innovation leader that is driven by precision farming, climate-resistant cropping, and value-added food ecosystem exports, taking Indian agriculture to the world. The next frontier is energy independence, for no country still dependent on energy on others can truly be sovereign. India's green hydrogen mission aims to make us a hub for green and clean hydrogen production, and schemes like PM Kusum enable rural farmers to produce their own solar power and unlock community-owned microgrids that will help reduce the rural energy poverty. But we must look beyond solar and wind and harness the true genius of our geography. 7,600 kilometers of coastline to harness tidal power and ancient reservoirs to harness geothermal systems will make India an energy sovereign state by 2047. Parallel to this, India's economic ascent depends on its velocity of transportation and industrial growth. The PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan integrates the freight corridors, aviation sector, ports, and highways to make a single logistical organism that cuts through distances that once separated opportunity from talent. PM Mitra Textile Parks and the Industrial Program Corridor are not only structural components, they make India a global epicenter for manufacturing. This physical connectivity is mirrored in highways through innovations like UPI, seamlessly knitting together our economy. But to truly, India must nurture its own Silicon Valley, an ecosystem that retains homegrown talent and converts intellectual capital into enterprise that is not only globally superior, technologically superior, but also environmentally conscious and helps us achieve our dream of a 30 trillion economy by 2047. But the heartbeat of development is no longer steel or concrete, it is computational power. The semiconductor manufacturing incentive under the India Semiconductor Mission, followed by the new wave of AI innovation under the India AI program, will help us become a global superpower. Because nations that control defense, communication, transportation, and healthcare systems will be the ones driving the future. And in a world in 2047 where AI will determine global hierarchies, India must establish itself as a sovereign digital state. The greatest ambition of India lies in the ISRO's achievements. The Chandrayaan-3's landing on the lunar south pole is not merely a scientific triumph, it is a civilizational statement that shows the world that excellence is not just a reward for wealthy countries. It is not a privilege of these wealthy countries, it is a reward for disciplined imagination. Through satellite-based telemedicine services like the eSanjeevani and a global space portal like the Bhuvan Panchayat 4.0, coupled with the strengths of our satellites and disaster mapping tools, India can truly aim to eliminate the rural-urban divide by 2047, and therefore India will be a country where the technologies of the cosmos empower the most forgotten corners of the country. Yet development without sustainability is merely a delayed disaster. Growth should be holistic, inclusive, and regenerative. India has a chance to forge a bioecotourism sector by 2047, which not only includes a protection of biodiversity but also revitalizes rural economies. These economies can be revived with the help of rural homestays, craft villages, and be further linked with the aggravation and betterment of the folk artisans and musicians which make a part of India's rural talent economy. Doing so will not only enable that the Indian future is bright across the country. To conclude, my vision of India 2047 is an India which has scientific agriculture, sovereign energy, formidable industries, groundbreaking technologies, and most important of all, an attitude that shines unapologetically across the world. A nation where growth is not compromised and ambition does not demand amnesia. A nation which rises not as an imitation of the West, but as an evolution of itself, a true Vishwaguru. Thank you, Jai.
5 minutes 50 seconds.
Thank you, Karthik. Thank you. If there is any candidate left,
Last candidate.
Trapti है, sign नहीं है, attendance.
She has reported.
Okay.
She was not able to sign.
Which serial number here?
Serial number बता दीजिए.
27.
No, sir, happy.
अच्छा, Trupti.
No, sir, Lavi Singh.
Lavi Singh. Serial number 30. Serial number 40.
नहीं उसके बाद. So directly from serial number 26 to 30.
If there is anybody left to participate,
What's her name?
Sir,
Lavi Singh.
Lavi Singh.
So the last candidate is Lavi Singh.
Salutations to India, the great power. Salutations to the spirit, newly awakened. When young minds and science stand together, victory 2047 is certain and definite. This role, ladies and gentlemen, this role is of the new India, the India that refuses to bend, that refuses to slow down, and that refuses to stop. Good afternoon, respected judges and the champions of change sitting in this auditorium. My name is Lavi Singh, and today, as we speak of India 2047, we are not imagining a distant dream, my friends. We are unveiling the future already taking shape in our universities, in the villages, in the laboratories, and most importantly, in our hearts. Let me tell you a story. A boy, son of a tailor, he gets internet access through BharatNet and gets digital literacy through PMG Disha, a scholarship under Inspire program. And this is a story not from an urban city, but from a very tiny village in Andhra Pradesh. He watches online lectures, makes his own homemade telescope, and discovers an asteroid at the age of 16. This is the new India, ladies and gentlemen, igniting its genius from the soil to the sky. They say the future belongs to the past. I say the future belongs to the fearless. PM Gati Shakti, Make in India, Startup India, Skill India aims to make India a $30 to $35 trillion economy by the end of 2047. This is not a rise of an economy, ladies and gentlemen. This is an awakening of a civilizational powerhouse. Let me paint a picture for you. A farmer in Madhya Pradesh checks his soil health with the help of a smartphone using Digital India platform. A girl in Kerala learns coding using the national online classroom courses, and a doctor in Delhi performs remote surgery using 5G AI technology. This is the promise of Digital India, where every click brings confidence and every bite brings brilliance. Imagine an India where the highways shine like silver rivers, where bullet trains glide through the dawn, and where the rural markets boom and glow with opportunities. The National Education Mission Policy 2020, the PM Awas Yojana, the Transgender Bill, the Nari Shakti Abhinandan Adhiniyam, the Ayushman Bharat, PM Kisan, all are initiatives to make India a socially inclusive country. and fulfill the Prime Minister's dream of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. This is not tomorrow's news, ladies and gentlemen. This is today's preparation for 2047. Through Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat, through Yuva Sangamam, through Kashi Vishwanath Corridor, through Ayodhya Corridor, and the recent inculcation of South Indian languages in the Uttar Pradesh curriculum by Honorable CM Yogi Adityanath ji is a fine example of how India is stitching its own quilt of unity. When the world looks at India, it whispers and says, how do they do that? Because when currency is moving slowly, Indian UPI payments are flying like jets. Because when nations are dreaming of India, India's Chandrayaan has planted a Tiranga on it. And when nations are debating over AI, India has already trained crores under AI program for youth. By the end of 2047, ladies and gentlemen, India will not be a mere tech user, it will be a tech maker, a torch bearer, and a trendsetter. From drones in agriculture to 3D printed homes. And development is futile, is of no use if the mountains choke and the rivers dry. So Green India Mission, the National Clean Air Program, Namami Gange Project, National Solar Mission, and Mission Life are there to create examples to the world that sustainable development is not just a lecture in India, it is a lifestyle in India. Coming to the youth, we hold 65% of the total population. We are not mere candles to be lit. We are the sunrise itself. If the world is a battleground of progress and future, ladies and gentlemen, then the youth of India will be marching as a Vijay Sena of 2047. But this Vijay Sena needs to start it from today. Must be thinking how? Let me tell you. First, the youth of India must skill and equip itself. The Atal Innovation Mission, the Atal Tinkering Labs, the Skill India, all are there to help us. Second, the youth of India must innovate and not imitate. IDEX Mission, Startup India, Atal Innovation Mission again, all are there for us. Third, the youth of India must protect the environment and for the sustainable development of the nation, prevent the deforestation and plant trees. Follow the Mission Life, Green India movement. Fourth, the youth of India must practice for nation building. How? Actively volunteer in NSS, NYKS, and Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. And lastly, the youth of India must take a pledge to preserve the unity and integrity of the nation. I envision in India where tech parks and temples stand side by side, and AI speaks in all 22 Indian languages. And then our India will be unstoppable, ladies and gentlemen, from Gorakhpur to the globe, from Ayodhya to the Arctic, and from Kashi to California. The entire world will say with respect, admiration, and amazement, this is Bharat, the Vishwaguru, the powerhouse of humanity. I would like to end my lines with few lines of Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. Let the history see, let the future say. Let the history see, let the future say. We choose progress, no doubt, no delay. Come on, countrymen. Stand tall and stand strong. For the glory of India, march along, march along. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
7 minutes 5 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. The final and last candidate.
What is it?
No. So,
I begin by thanking all the participants from the bottom of my heart. Each one of you presented your ideas with remarkable eloquence, impact, and confidence. Your speeches have truly enriched this platform and made it meaningful and dignified. I believe that the dream of a developed India
will be realized only when we collectively commit ourselves to progress, innovations, and nation building. For India is not merely a country, but a continuous journey in progress, in advancement. Though the competition may keep unfolding, only a distinguished few shall claim victory. The verdict of the judges will be considered final and conclusive. Now, it is time for us to receive the invaluable guidance from our esteemed judges. I extend a gracious invitation to Professor N.P. Shukla sir. Your profound erudition and rich academic wisdom stand as a beacon of inspiration for all our participants. So please come to the stage and share your enlightening words with us.
Sorry, that is
I take my words back, and now I respectfully invite the Chief Organizer and the Dean of MPIT Gorakhpur University, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh sir, to address the gathering. Sir, please.
I'm not going to address the gathering. This is an announcement. While we are preparing the result, there will be a short break of 10 minutes. After that, you all have to be present here and the result will be finally announced. So, after that, whatever your concern would be taken after the result is announced, and then final call will be taken. So, for the time being, it is request to you, you can go for the washroom, you can go and have a sunlight on the roof, and then again gather here for the result. Thank you very much.
See, you have only 5 to 10 minutes. You can have a short break. You can go for your rest and then come back. All the judges are commuting and then final meeting will be prepared. Okay? We have to
Attention everyone. Though the competition may keep unfolding, only a distinguished few shall claim victory. The verdict of the judges will be considered final and conclusive. Now it's time for the result declaration. I would like to call Dr. Om Prakash Singh, Principal Digvijaynath Postgraduate College, Gorakhpur, to announce the result with all of us. Sir, please.
Respected judges and the group of conveners, director of this institute, and all the participants, you have delivered your best. You have touched all the aspects of the subject matter proposed by the man of developed India, Modi, MODI, the Honorable Prime Minister. You have depicted the glory of the past, the challenges of the present, and the dreams and the expectation of the future. How we can reach this goal till 2047, it is depends on the collective effort of all of us. I will not take more time. Everybody spoke of the youth, but the question is, who is youth? During the JP movement, the youth of India was demanding the share in the power. हमें सत्ता चाहिए. But nowadays, the youth, on the face of the youth, there is no lines of thoughts, but the lines of anxiety and depression. They are demanding unemployment allowance, बेरोजगारी भत्ता. जो यूथ सत्ता मांगता था वो बेरोजगारी भत्ता, उसके एम्बिशन का कैसे डिलिमिटेशन हो गया इसको भी देखना है. बड़ा कठिन है. Though this is a competition, and if there is competition, there is only one mantra and formula to decide, to select. That is survival of the fittest. Our judges, their expertise, their experience, and their integrity cannot be questioned. They made their possible best to make a final judgment impartial and transparent. There may be some candidates whose subject matter is excellent, but the expression and the rhythm between their words and gesture was not congenial to their overall presentation. So there are a lot of factors of the expression which collectively decided the final result. Everybody is curious to know about their efforts outcome, result, what you are expecting and speculating. That is result. But what I am going to announce, that is consequence. There is a big difference between the result and consequence. What you expect, that is result. What you are actually able to gain, that is consequence. If the consequence and the result are congenial to each other, you have a climax of satisfaction. But if they are different, you became disappointed. But there is no reason of disappointment. Taking the inspiration from the lines of the poem of the former Prime Minister Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, क्या हार में क्या जीत में किंचित नहीं भयभीत में, कर्तव्य पथ पर जो मिला ये भी सही वो भी सही. इसलिए आप हारे हुए मनोवैज्ञानिक प्रभाव के साथ न जाएं. हमें 3 को चुनना था. हमने 1 को विजेता और 2 को हारा हुआ नहीं, उपविजेता. विनर के साथ वो भी विनर है, सेकंड एंड थर्ड. तो द थर्ड पोजीशन in this state level English speech competition, Prakhyati from DDU Gorakhpur. Very good. Well done, congratulations. Prakhyati, come on the dais. The judges realized some difficulty taking the decision of elimination and selection. The second is Karthik Gupta from MIT University, Noida. Thank you. Congratulations. And the person who made the highest score is Aditya Dubey from Mahayogi Guru Gorakhnath Ayush University, Patna, Gorakhpur. Now I would like to reveal the score marks of all the candidates. Yes. For your satisfaction, Prachi Singh scored a total of 108.
Out of 150.
Out of 150. Sir. हाँ. Prakhyati, who got the third position, have secured 118 marks.
सर तीनों जिसका इंडिविजुअल बता दीजिए, मुझे पता तो चलेगा।
हाँ,
तब जोड़ के
कार्तिक गुप्ता scored 122. Kartik Gupta and Aditya Dubey scored 126. Who scored? Top scorer is 126. Aditya Dubey. The first judge gave him 40 marks. The second judge 43 marks, and the third judge also 43 marks. A total of 126 marks was obtained by the winner of this competition. Kartik Gupta was awarded 43 from the first judge, 40 from the second judge, and 39 from the third judge. A total of 122 was awarded overall. The third candidate, Prakhyati, the first judge gave him 38 marks, the second judge 37 marks, and the third one 43 marks. A total of 118 marks was awarded by the judges to Prakhyati. So, one upon serially, I will tell the awarded marks of each and every participant.
नहीं सर, only total नहीं सर, सब कुछ जानने का हक है सर, प्लीज जान लीजिए। इतना
सर कह रहे हैं तीनों जजेस का मार्क्स बनाते हुए तब
इन टोटल बता
नहीं, टोटल बता दिया कि किसी को अगर स्पेशली अगर डाउट होगा तो उसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। प्राची सिंह 108, सौभाग्य शंकर 110, सान्या सिंह 115, श्रेया सिंह 113, आशुतोष यादव 115, अक्षिता मिश्रा 107, प्रख्याति already told, दिव्यांश दुबे 109, अभिषेक मिश्रा 112, मीनाक्षी 71, सिद्धार्थ कुमार सिंह 81, सनीश कुमार गुप्ता 88, मयंक कुमार 80, वारा फातिमा 90, वंशिका श्रीवास्तव 93.5, हर्षिता शर्मा 94.5, सौम्या मिश्रा 99.5, मुकुल द्विवेदी 97, हर्षिता मिश्रा 112, शिवम पांडे 91, सृष्टि सिंह 105, सौम्या साहू 110, कार्तिक गुप्ता already told, and Nabi Singh 115. This is the result.
एक बार किसी को कोई इस पे anyone want to know anything else? This is the final result. Do you have any concern about the results? I think no. So that's fine. Yes. Anyone
Yes,
say
yes.
one?
Sir, first of all, there was a group created for regarding all the participants, and in that group, there was asked many times that were Hindi abbreviations, even names of people, names of places, or names of slogans were allowed or not in speeches, which we were told that Hindi will never be allowed in speeches or Sanskrit. But here speakers were speaking, and as we say, I'm not no disrespect to him, but the first speaker, he did say Hindi words in his speeches. I would just like to know your opinion on that.
So Hindi was they did not allow us to merge the language. That's why we wanted.
No, say.
ऐसा सर, ऐसा ना कोट जैसे कोई कोट है तो उसी भाषा में कोट किया जा सकता है। जैसे किसी ने उसका कोट किया।
Yes sir, तो यही हमने explicitly उसको पूछा था सर से, like क्या हम quotes या जगहों के नाम या
कोट तो आप सच कोट करते हैं ना किसी की, कोट तो कर सकते हैं, आप एग्जाम्पल दे ही सकते हैं।
सर बट ये हमें बताना चाहिए
नहीं, एक सेकंड जरा अपना नाम बताएंगे।
जी सर, सौभाग्य।
सौभाग्य। मैं ही वो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप जो है चला रहा था और आपका क्वेश्चन आया होगा। देखिए, एक सेट ऑफ गाइडलाइन, सेट ऑफ गाइडलाइन एंड वो बिफोर हैंड आपको जो है हम लोगों ने शेयर कर दिया। अब यहाँ पे इतनी क्लैरिटी आप चाह रहे हैं कि नाउन है, प्रोनाउन है, क्या है उसका हम ले सकते हैं कि नहीं, इसमें ये तो जजेस के ऊपर है वहाँ पे, और यू नो बेटर।
एक चीज ये है, अगर आप किसी की पोयम, किसी की कही हुई लाइन आप कोट करते हैं तो उसमें आप लैंग्वेज बैरियर्स हो सकते हैं। जो आपका अपना कंटेंट है स्पीच का वो इंग्लिश में होना चाहिए बिकॉज दिस इज इंग्लिश स्पीच कंपटीशन। बट इफ यू आर लाइक कोटिंग अ लाइन फ्रॉम Atal Bihari Vajpayee or Rabindranath Tagore, you could have even used Bangla in that case. So that is not using another language. All right, you misunderstood that. If for example, some of the candidates, some of the participants used Viksit Bharat. Now that is not using Hindi because Viksit Bharat is a phrase which has been used or which is used for a certain concept, for a certain message. So that is not breaking the language barrier. You understand?
If someone quoted a line, let's say from Bhagavad Gita,
Okay.
exact line,
okay,
would you have allowed it?
Yes.
But
Yes,
this
because that
exact-
is a quote.
This
you are
exact
using.
question was asked in the group, and we were told that that would not be allowed.
No, that was not the case. See, I told.
I'm not aware of the group.
No, madam, I was handling that. I told whatever is there. This is the guideline, and if you have the question, you can ask the question to the judges at that time. Okay, and let me clear it. Whatever is the code, if you are putting double inverted comma, that language barrier is removed. See, even if you are taking from Ramayana, even you are taking a slogan, that is understood that you are talking in a language English, that your language should be English, but whenever you are quoting, even in a scientific literature, that quote is in inverted comma. Okay, so that much of clarity
I think
in the group
it is very clear.
मतलब that is the thing, it is clear after.
अच्छा ये बताइए, अगर भगवद गीता का कोट आपको कोट करना है तो इंग्लिश में कैसे करते हैं, मतलब हाउ?
Sir, there are translations for the Bhagavad Gita, but
ठीक है, translation का मतलब है
that's the thing, it loses its impression. If we translate something,
but
it loses its
I think judges are able to convince you, and you should be convinced with the answer of that.
Sir, we were asking you doubts, so you.
It's
Okay.
No,
that's okay.
देखिए, वर्ड्स के प्रयोग का, एप्लीकेशन का ही प्रभाव, कहीं वाद होता है, कहीं संवाद होता है, कहीं प्रतिवाद होता है और कहीं विवाद भी होता है। वर्ड्स के एप्लीकेशन जो है डिफरेंट एंगल से करने पे अलग अलग परिणाम आते हैं। तो जितने भी हमारे सभी लोगों को बधाई, जिन लोगों ने पार्टिसिपेट किया इसमें, सभी ने अच्छा किया। जो जीत नहीं पाए, 3 में नहीं आए, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि वो अच्छा नहीं किए। हाँ, आप लोगों ने बहुत अच्छा किया, सबने अच्छा किया, लेकिन 3 एंगल पे 3 जगह पे हमारे जजेस बैठाए गए थे, इसीलिए कि कोई एक दूसरे करीब न रहे। उसका कैलकुलेशन करके फाइनल रिजल्ट निकला, और ये तीनों जो हमारे विनर्स हैं, इनको कल पूज्य महाराज जी अवार्ड देंगे और वहां मंच से कल के फाइनल प्रोग्राम में। तो आप लोग रुकेंगे कल?
परमिशन, एक और कैंडिडेट उधर से कुछ करना चाह रहे थे। 2 मिनट।
I wanted to ask honorable judges that what was the factors which made all 3 of them outstand apart from all of us who are sitting over here.
We'll talk about it later on.
एक सेकंड, आई थिंक ये क्वेश्चन आपका जो यहाँ पे रेलेवेंट नहीं है।
Why sir?
Judges,
You are challenging and asking, questioning the integrity of the judges.
Yes.
I beg your pardon, but I didn't mean that. All I meant is, in my opinion, and the opinions which I got, was that there were candidates who outperformed us. But for certain reasons, obviously, I am again not challenging the judgment, but it's just for the future reference. I want to know what is it that really made the difference. And I think for the learners who we are, it makes sense.
ये अभी 2 मिनट के लिए अभी ये सारे जजेस जो है अपने जो है
अपने व्यूज अभी देंगे
व्यूज है वो देंगे यार फोन पर
Yes,
वो अभी हम लोग इनवाइट करेंगे.
Okay, Ashutosh, sit down please. Thank you.
सर एक इम्पोर्टेंट अनाउंसमेंट है कि जो भी विनर्स है इनको कल 8 बजे महायोगी गोरखनाथ विश्वविद्यालय कैंपस में रिपोर्ट करना होगा. टोकन इनको दिया जाएगा.
इनको टोकन अभी दिया जाएगा.
टोकन अभी है क्या सर? नहीं टोकन नहीं आया सर. तो वहीं पे हम लोग करेंगे 8 बजे जो है उनको वहाँ पे रिपोर्ट करना होगा. आप लोग वहीं रुके हैं तीनों लोग? नहीं डीडीओ से ये नहीं रुकेंगे तो आप 8 बजे वहाँ पे रिपोर्ट करेंगे.
invite the judges. Okay.
एंड रेस्ट जो लोग भी हैं हाँ सबके लिए लंच है अभी इस कार्यक्रम खत्म होने के बाद से.
सभी पार्टिसिपेंट्स के लिए लंच की व्यवस्था की गई है. जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं लाइब्रेरी हॉल में उनके लिए लंच की व्यवस्था है. कार्यक्रम खत्म होने के बाद वो लोग लंच लेकर के ही जाएंगे.
Mr. Ashutosh Yadav, a participant who expressed a query and questioned the judgment. For his kind information, the 3 judges, the marks awarded by them, the first judge awarded you 38 marks.
May I interrupt you? Sir, my question was not regarding that. It's just what makes the difference, what made the difference, what made them stand out apart from all of us who are sitting over here.
Okay. So that will be disclosed by the judges themselves in their expressions.
Once again, heartiest congratulations to all the winners. Your clarity of thought and unwavering confidence have truly distinguished you today. You have not only secured a position, but also set a benchmark of excellence for others to aspire to. May this achievement be the first of many milestones in your journey towards greater leadership and brilliance. To all the participants, I extend deep admiration for your effort and enthusiasm. Your willingness to step forward, complete, and express your ideas reflects remarkable courage and commitment. You are all winners in spirit. And now it is time for us to receive the invaluable guidance of our esteemed judges. I extend a gracious invitation to Professor M.P. Shukla. Your profound erudition and rich academic wisdom stand as a beacon of inspiration for all our participants. So please share your enlightening words with us. Sir.
Honorable members of the dais, and the directors of this institute, and the audience. You see, English speech or English debate is organized in every institution for the purpose of developing the oral skills of the students. In a debate, 3 particular points are observed. One is the content, another is the expression, and the third one is the argument and the style. All these 3 points of view are taken into account in order to make the judgment. And that is what we all judges have done. What I want to tell you is that declamation or speaking is an essential part of academic activity. It is done in every college or in order to develop the speaking ability among the students, because it is this particular quality which is required later on in life. After you complete your education, where your speaking ability is judged, and on the basis of that, you are rewarded in a particular profession or in life. For example, when the placement committees come in engineering colleges, after the written test is held, they take oral tests, and there your power of expression. The oral power of expression is tested whether you will be able to do a particular thing in office, because communication is an essential part of all activity in that office. So that is why debates are organized, that is why declamations are organized, and it is a method of developing internal qualities in you. We find that this kind of activity is very essential. When you go in offices, you are asked to report a particular thing to your superiors, and if you have the oral ability, you are able to do it. When you make a speech, you have certain arguments, and by virtue of the argument, you win a particular point. All of you must have read Julius Caesar, and there the Mark Antony's speech you very well remember. Friends and Romans and countrymen, I come to praise Caesar. I want to tell Caesar not to praise him. He wants in that particular speech, he tells in that particular speech the qualities of Caesar. The qualities of Caesar, and he just wants to attack Brutus, who had killed Caesar. So this kind of thing is always done and held so that you are able to speak. Secondly, the importance of English speech is also very important. By way of English speaking, your ability in English is developed. Indians are considered good speakers of English all over the world. Even in America, they have a great lead. And Indian engineers and intellectuals have a great demand there because they have proved their excellence by way of their working by the speech. And that is why, because it will be difficult, companies have thought of establishing a particular center in India so that Indian intellectuals and engineers are available. So this forum is mainly organized in order that you are able to develop a particular skill, and in that skill you are able to establish or sharpen your ability to deliver a particular point orally so that you can prove your point and win the case. So that is what I want to say, and I hope you will be able to develop an upskill quality like that, and you will be successful in life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your words must have truly enriched all our participants. Now, with great pleasure, I invite Shri Ashwini Kumar Mishra, sir, to kindly grace the stage and podium and our audience. Your foresight and distinguished leadership in higher education continue to illuminate new pathways for our learners. Sir, please.
धन्यवाद संचालिका। महाराणा प्रताप शिक्षा परिषद द्वारा आयोजित इस भाषण प्रतियोगिता में इस कार्यक्रम के समन्वयक और जैसे लोकसभा विधानसभा चलाई जाती है उस तरह का हमारे अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर ओपी सिंह साहब, जजेस के रूप में हम लोग के वरिष्ठ आदरणीय शुक्ला सर, दीनदयाल उपाध्याय गोरखपुर विश्वविद्यालय की प्रोफेसर शिखा सिंह मैडम, यहाँ इस इंस्टीट्यूट के डायरेक्टर आदरणीय डॉक्टर सुधीर अग्रवाल साहब, और इस कार्यक्रम के पहली बार मुझे बताए और इस कार्यक्रम के समन्वयक सुनील जी तथा प्यारे मित्रों, सर्वप्रथम आप लोग यह कार्यक्रम की रूपरेखा बहुत जल्दी में बनी, मैं इससे जुड़ा हुआ हूँ। जब सुनील जी ने मुझे फोन किया कि हम लोग इस तरह का पूरे प्रदेश में, पूरे राज्य से इस तरह का कार्यक्रम हम आयोजित कर रहे हैं, तो बहुत अच्छा लगा। मैं सर्वप्रथम आप लोग यहाँ पे आए हैं बाबा गोरखनाथ की धरती पर, उनका आप आशीर्वाद लें। और ये जो महाराणा प्रताप शिक्षा परिषद है, आप लोग जानते भी होंगे, ब्रह्मलीन महंत दिव्यनाथ जी महाराज, ब्रह्मलीन महंत अमरनाथ जी महाराज, उनके तपस्या का यह है महाराणा शिक्षा परिषद। और जो आज हम लोग सोच रहे हैं विकसित भारत 2047 का मिशन, उसी तरीके से उत्तर प्रदेश मिशन 2047 हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी, उनका ये विजन है कि हम भारत को 2047 में विकसित करें। जब तक हमारा प्रदेश विकसित नहीं होगा, समर्थ नहीं होगा, तो शायद उस लेवल पर हम लोग नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे। तो इस मिशन को लेके बहुत बड़ा कार्यक्रम चला, और मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूँ महाराणा प्रताप शिक्षा परिषद को कि उन्होंने आज पूरे प्रदेश से इतना अच्छा टैलेंट आज यहाँ पे इकट्ठा किया हुआ है। और इस टैलेंट को देख के मुझे लगता है कि निश्चित ही आपके विजन से जो डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनेगी, जो हम यहाँ से थीम लेके जाएंगे, उससे हमें विकास में मदद मिलेगी। पहली चीज मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, बड़े से ऐसी चीजें रही कि लोगों के अंदर लगा। मैं एक कहानी आपको छोटी सुनाना चाहता हूँ। एक आदमी ने एक खाना बनवाया, उन्होंने कहा कुछ मत बनवाइए, रोटी दाल सब्जी चावल बनवा दीजिए, और उन्होंने उसको 5 लोगों को बैठा दीजिए, आप लोग जज करिए। साथ में अगर जज रहते तो कहते अरे दाल बड़ी अच्छी थी भाई, एक कहते चावल बड़ा अच्छा था, लेकिन यहाँ तो बैठा दिए इतनी दूर दूर, आंखों से भी हम लोग नहीं समझ पा रहे थे कि वो क्या चाहते हैं और हम क्या चाहते हैं। तो जब वो जज निकले तो उनसे पूछा दाल कैसी थी, अरे वहां बेकार दाल थी, इसमें नमक जो था कम था। दूसरे से पूछा कि कहते दाल बड़ी अच्छी थी, उसमें नमक कम था, इसलिए हमारे लिए तो ठीक था, हम तो ब्लड प्रेशर के मरीज हैं। तीसरे से कहा गया कि सब्जी कहती थी, अरे नहीं इतना मिर्चा जोक नहीं है, ये ऐसी सब्जी बनती है। चौथे से कहा बड़ा चटकार सब्जी बनी थी, बड़ा आनंद आ गया। यही हाल होती है मूल्यांकन। यहाँ पे हम लोग 3 लोग थे, सब लोगों की सोच अलग अलग थी। उद्देश्य था कि अच्छा कैंडिडेट निकल के आए। हो सकता है कि मेरा टेम्परामेंट दूसरा हो, मैं जो चाहता था कंटेंट में, मुझे जो मिलता था वो उसको अच्छा मानता था। सर अपने जो उन्होंने बताया कि जजमेंट और स्पीकिंग और कम्युनिकेशन स्किल के बारे में बात की, हो सकता है सरकार जो सोच की स्टाइल हो, मैडम की सोच की स्टाइल अलग हो। मूल्यांकन करना बहुत ही मुश्किल काम होता है, और उसमें भी अलग अलग विधा के लोग हों, और टैलेंट, आपके अंदर जो टैलेंट है वो भर के इतना था कि कहीं 1 नंबर ऊपर करने लगता था, उसके साथ कोई अन्याय न हो जाए। मुझे तो आप लोगों के नाम तक याद हो गए कि किसको मैं चाहता था। 10 लोग अगर मैं कहूं कि मुझे कौन 10 लोग पसंद आए, तो शायद आपको अच्छा लगेगा। आप भी विनर है, कम से कम 3 में नहीं तो 1 के विनर जरूर होंगे। कहीं आप दूसरे की विनर होंगे, कहीं आप तीसरे की विनर होंगे। तो आज यहाँ कोई हारा नहीं जीता नहीं। आशुतोष जी का जो पॉइंट था, मैं मानता हूँ हो सकता है जजमेंट में जो आप चाह रहे हो न मिला हो। जैसे मैं शुरू करता हूँ प्राची सिंह से। प्राची सिंह का जो प्रेजेंटेशन था रियली नाइस, उनका वे ऑफ जो कम्युनिकेशन था बहुत अच्छा था, मैं इनको अच्छा मानता हूँ। फिर सौरभ शंकर जी आए, उनका भी प्रेजेंटेशन मुझे बहुत पसंद आया। तीसरे नंबर पर सौर्या सिंह थी। सौर्या सिंह ने जो एनर्जी भरी इस मंच पे, रियली दैट वाज नाइस। सॉरी ठीक है, गलत हो सकता है स्पेलिंग में। तो ये मुझे अच्छा लगा, क्योंकि उनकी ऊर्जा ने इस स्टेज पे एक नई दिशा दी। तो आप भी जीते हुए हैं, क्योंकि आपका नाम मुझे याद है, क्योंकि आपने अच्छा परफॉर्म किया था। एक अक्षिता मिश्रा थी, उनको मैं एज ए इंडिविजुअल में बात कर रहा हूँ, उनका भी प्रेजेंटेशन मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा। और आगे की बात करें, बहुत अच्छे लोग थे। हर्षिता शर्मा ने भी बहुत अच्छे तरीके से अपनी बात को रखा। फिर आगे बढ़े, मुकुल द्विवेदी थे, उनका भी प्रेजेंटेशन मुझे बहुत पसंद आया। फिर उसके बाद सृष्टि सिंह थी, आदित्य थे, सौम्या साहू थी, और लास्ट में अगर कहा जाए तो लास्ट जैसे होना चाहिए, जैसे प्राची ने शुरू किया, उसको अंजाम तो पहुंचाया लवी सिंह। लवी सिंह रियली वाज नाइस, बहुत अच्छा आपका प्रेजेंटेशन रहा। तो ये मैं 10 नाम इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि हो सकता है कि ये मेरे फेवरेट 10 नाम हो सकता है मैडम के फेवरेट 10 नाम हो, सर के नाम 10 अलग हो। जब नंबर जुड़ते हैं तो हो सकता है कोई 1 नंबर से ऊपर हो गया, कोई 1 नंबर से हो जाए। हम लोग अगर गलती हुई हो तो प्लीज क्षमा करिएगा, ये सबका मिलके ये डिसीजन हुआ है, इसलिए आप लोग अन्यथा मत कीजिएगा। इसी तरह हर वर्ष यहाँ आइएगा। आज उनका था, कल आपका होगा। जो त्रुटियां हमारे आपने कहा था कि त्रुटि हो गई, अगली बार से त्रुटि नहीं होगी, हम लोग और सब क्लियर करेंगे। ये पहला प्रयास था और मैं मानता हूँ ये प्रयास सफल रहा है और इतने बड़े आइडियाज हैं, सभी के यहाँ पे रिकॉर्ड है, सबके जो भी आपने भाषण दिए हैं सबके रिकॉर्ड है यहाँ पे। आप अगर, मैं तो सुनील जी से कहूंगा कि इसको इन लोगों को भी दीजिएगा, शेयर करेंगे कि सुनेंगे। बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन था, बहुत। मैं बात की बात करूं, स्किल डेवलपमेंट में आपने बहुत अच्छा बोला, आपने इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम पे आपने बहुत अच्छी बात कही, आपने एआई के बारे में बात की, बहुत ने चरित्र के बारे में बात की, बहुत ने उसके बारे में बात की कि कैसे हम चंद्र तक पहुंच गए, यहाँ पहुंचे, कैसे हम और आगे बढ़े। ये सब चीजों को लेके जो आपने आइडियाज दिया है, रियली बहुत अच्छा रहा, हम लोगों को बहुत अच्छा लगा। मैं पुनः आप सभी से एक जज की हैसियत से आपसे क्षमा प्रार्थी हूँ कि अगर हम मुझसे कोई त्रुटि हो गई हो तो प्लीज इसको आप माफ करिएगा। लेकिन एक चीज मैं जरूर कहना चाहूंगा, ये बाबा गोरखनाथ की धरती है, अगर आपने आज अच्छा किया है तो कल आपको अच्छा मिलेगा, चाहे हमारा जजमेंट भले भी गड़बड़ हो। इस बात का आप नोट करिएगा और इस पॉजिटिव सोच के जाइएगा। मैं जानता हूँ आप बहुत दूर दूर से आए हैं, नोएडा से आए हैं, लखनऊ से आए हैं, बनारस से आए हैं, और आप लोग निश्चित ही यहाँ से अच्छा लेके जा रहे हैं। और मैं मानता हूँ आप लोगों ने जो यहाँ पे अपना प्रेजेंटेशन किया है उससे महाराणा प्रताप शिक्षा परिषद उससे लाभान्वित होगा, पूरा उत्तर प्रदेश लाभान्वित होगा। हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो सोच है कि हमारे युवा क्या सोचते हैं, वह सोच आज यहाँ परिलक्षित हुई है। मैं आप सभी को बधाई देता हूँ कि आपका भविष्य उज्ज्वल है। सर, मैं अपने जजेस को बधाई देता हूँ, सुनील जी को, कन्वीनर है, बहुत कम समय में उन्होंने अच्छा प्रयास किया और इसी तरीके से हम लोग भविष्य में अच्छा करेंगे। डायरेक्टर साहब भी हैं, इनके इंस्टीट्यूट में मैं आज पहली बार आया हूँ, पहली बार देखा सर आपका इंस्टीट्यूट भी बहुत बढ़िया है। मैं आप लोगों को भविष्य की शुभकामना देता हूँ और आशा करता हूँ इसी तरीके से आप यहाँ आएंगे, गोरखपुर की धरती से कुछ लेके जाएंगे, कुछ दे के जाएंगे, आना जाना लगा रहे, यही मेरी आप लोगों को शुभकामना है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. We are truly blessed to hear these beautiful words from you. Your humbleness has touched our hearts, and now, with all my due respect, one more thing. I think now all my audience must be satisfied enough with the jury's decisions. And now, I would like to call on the stage Professor Shikha Singh, ma'am. Your remarkable and enduring contribution to English literature are truly invaluable, ma'am. We eagerly look forward to your words of insight and inspiration for our participants. Ma'am, please.
थैंक यू। सबसे पहले महाराणा प्रताप शिक्षा परिषद के अध्यक्ष और हमारे प्रदेश को लीड कर रहे आज सीएम परम आदरणीय योगी आदित्यनाथ जी और मंच पे बैठे प्रोफेसर ओपी सिंह सर, डॉक्टर मिश्रा, अश्विनी मिश्रा जी, and Professor Shukla sir, who's the senior most person present here, Dr. Sunil and Dr. Agrawal, and all the teachers probably of this institute sitting in front of me, and my dear, in fact, dearest participants. First of all, I would like to congratulate each and every person who has participated today in this speech competition, and also the ones who have been throughout this session to listen to the energizing speeches of the youngsters, the young mind. You know, you all were talking about India 2047. It is you who is India 2047. Your mind, your thoughts, your vision, what you think of yourself, first of all of yourself, and then of your country, your state, your city, your family, is going to shape what India will be in 2047. And undoubtedly, as Dr. Mishra said, that our CM, our Prime Minister, and his entire team, and their entire team is working day in, day out to, bring to reality the dreams which each and every one of you see for your country, for your nation, for yourself, and for everyone, everything associated with you. So we have heard a lot of, very innovative ideas about the India which we envision for and the future which we dream of. So I will not be saying much about that. But before I express certain things which I wanted to talk about today, I would like to address the issues which have been raised by some of the participants today. As Dr. Mishra said, judging something is one of the most difficult things. No matter how much a judge, a person who's sitting here, you imagine listening to 27, I think, exactly 27, 26 or 27 participants on the same subject for the last 2.5 hours, and then deciding who was the best. वो वैसा ही है जैसे समुद्र से समुद्र मंथन करके आप अमृत निकालें उसमें से, तो आसान नहीं होता है। कोई किसी चीज में बहुत एक्सेल कर रहा है, कोई किसी चीज में एक्सेल कर रहा है। टुडे each and every participant had some exceptional quality, something very very exceptional and unique, जो कि कुछ बातें मिश्रा जी ने आपको यहाँ बताई कि क्या किसमें बहुत अच्छा था, कोई 10 नहीं, हर एक में कुछ एक्सेप्शनल और अच्छा। किसी ने बहुत अच्छे से अपनी बातों को कहा, किसी का कंटेंट बहुत अच्छा था, किसी की लैंग्वेज बहुत एक्सेप्शनल थी, किसी ने टाइम मैनेजमेंट बहुत अच्छे से किया, और किसी ने अपने आइडियाज को एक सीक्वेंस में प्रेजेंट किया, उसमें बिखराव नहीं था। आप सबने बहुत अच्छा किया, पर उस बहुत अच्छे में से भी बहुत अच्छा, बहुत अच्छा, somebody who was excellent, it was difficult for us to decide, undoubtedly very difficult personally for me. I was thoroughly confused whether this one was the best or that one was the best. And as Dr. Mishra said, it was a cumulative result. So there were 3 judges, and you have seen that we have marked each one of you individually, and we were sitting separately, so we were not able to discuss with each other, and that was added, and the result is in front of you. And I congratulate not just the 3 winners of today's program competition, but each and every one of you for your participation, for the exceptional effort which you have put in to be the best today. And believe me, truly, not because I am standing here as a judge that I am saying this, but truly everyone was very, very good. Even one of the candidates who was not able to complete her speech, probably she forgot or she faltered and she was not able to express all her ideas, but that does not mean that she is less than anyone. वो मोमेंट है, वो क्षण है, कभी आप बहुत अच्छा कर ले जाते हैं और कभी आप थोड़े से कम रह जाते हैं। तो जो पैरामीटर्स आपने सवाल किया, पैरामीटर्स क्या है? जैसा शुक्ला सर ने बताया, कंटेंट इज इंपॉर्टेंट, पर कंटेंट केवल नहीं, अपने कंटेंट को आपने कैसे प्रेजेंट किया, एक बात से दूसरे बात पे आप कैसे गए, आप उन बातों में कनेक्शन बना पाए कि नहीं। जैसे आपने स्किल्ड इंडिया की बात की, आपने एजुकेशन की बात की, आपने एम्प्लॉयमेंट की बात की, आपने स्पेस, टेक्नोलॉजी, एआई सब की बात की, पर आप उन चीजों को कनेक्ट नहीं कर पाए। There should be a consistency in your arguments. ये हमारे एक्सपीरियंस और से हम आपको जो हमने समझा है उसके इसलिए बता रहे हैं कि आप फ्यूचर में इन बातों का ध्यान रखें। ये आपका अंतिम स्पीच कंपटीशन नहीं है, अभी आपके पास एक लंबा रास्ता है और आप बहुत बार कॉम्पिटिशन्स में पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे। और जैसा आई रिक्वेस्ट that all of you participate again next year when the Shiksha Parishad will be organizing the same competition. You once again come. Probably that day you will excel. You will outstand everyone. तो आप consistency, एक बात से दूसरे बात पे जाना, उसको जोड़ना भी एक कला होती है। कंटेंट निकाल लिया पर उसको ऑर्गेनाइज करिए। फिर लैंग्वेज, there should be clarity. What we Indians often try to do is this: we try to imitate the Britishers, copy their accent. Don't copy anyone. Develop your own style. Each and every word should be clear when you are delivering a speech. Your voice quality, your tone, how you say the things, where you have to emphasize, where you have to raise your voice a little bit, where you have to lower your voice a little bit to effectively impact the listeners. ये कला है। इसको आप अपने बड़े बड़े जो हमारे पॉलिटिशियंस रहे उनसे सीखिए, उनको सुनिए कि वो कैसे ऑडियंस को अपने बातों में से कन्विंस करते हैं। ये इंपॉर्टेंट है। एक्सेंटेड इंग्लिश, लेकिन आपकी एक आध कैंडिडेट, आई एम नॉट टेकिंग द नेम, बट they were speaking good English, but they were lagging in clarity. Moving from one word to another, moving from one sentence to another, there should be comma. The comma should be expressed in your delivery. The full stop should be expressed in your delivery. This is the art of delivering a speech. So that is also very important. Other than not just the content, sorry. Then some of the candidates, some of the participants today, enriched their speech with lots and lots of factual data. है ना? केवल बातों को अच्छी भाषा में कह देना ही इनफ नहीं है जब स्पीच कंपटीशन। आपके कंटेंट में कुछ साक्ष्य भी होने चाहिए अपनी बात को कन्विंसिंगली कन्वे करने के लिए, है ना? तो वो कुछ पार्टिसिपेंट्स में बहुत अच्छा था। तो ये कुछ चीजें हैं जो जाहिर सी बात है जजेस को भी प्रभावित की और यहाँ बैठे हुए सारे श्रोताओं को भी प्रभावित की होंगी, आई एम श्योर। बट एट द एंड I would once again like to congratulate each and every one of you. This is only one step in your life. ना ये हार का मसला नहीं है और ना ही जीत का मसला है, ये एक एक्सपीरियंस है जो आज हुआ आपको। तो इस एक्सपीरियंस को अपने मन में एक अच्छी याद, अच्छी जगह और कुछ सीख के यहाँ से जाइए और अगले बार और बेहतर करने का प्रयास करिए और अच्छा करने का प्रयास करिए। यही इम्पोर्टेंट बात होती है लाइफ में। किसी चीज को फेलियर की तरह नहीं लेना चाहिए, पर उसको एक एक्सपीरियंस की तरह लेना चाहिए। और अपनी बातों को खत्म करने से पहले एक लाइन आपको सुनाना चाहते हैं जो बहुत प्रेरणा देती है हमको खुद को। बहुत बचपन में पढ़ी हुई एक कविता है रॉबर्ट फ्रॉस्ट की, द woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have miles to go, and promises to keep before I stop, and promises to keep before I stop. So you will not stop. You should not stop. You should keep striving, keep struggling unless we achieve the aim of 2047, 2147, 2247, and so on and so on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your words of encouragement, appreciation, and guidance. Your warmth and kindness were truly reflected through your words. And now, I respectfully invite the Chief Organizer and the Dean of Mahayogi Gorakhnath University, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, to kindly deliver the formal vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Thank you, madam. Before delivering the vote of thanks, it is our gratitude and our culture that we felicitate our judges, the guests today. I request Professor Sudhir Agrawal sir to please felicitate our judges. I request Professor N.P. Shukla sir to please have a token of remembrance from us that you spared your time. ये हम लोग का सौभाग्य है सर कि आप जो है अपना समय लेके यहाँ पे आए और कितने देर ऑलमोस्ट 4 to 5 hours आपने अपना समय दिया in this age. ये तो मैं सुबह में बात करता सर told me that I'm 83 year old. तो मैंने कहा सर you are not 83 year old, you are 83 year young. हम लोग जो है अभी उतना नहीं कर पा रहे जितना आप जो है अभी इस एज में कर रहे हैं. So thank you very much sir. My vote of thanks goes along with this with the felicitation. Now I request Professor Sudhir Agrawal sir to felicitate Madam Professor Shiksha. Again, a special thanks to Madam. Within a very short period of time when I requested Madam, she always been ready to come and contribute with her experiences and contribution. Next, I would like to request Professor Agrawal sir to felicitate our guest and judge, Dr. Ashwini Kumar Mishra sir. Sir, you are always, we feel that you are always with us and you will be always with us because I know your dedication towards this Gorakhnath temple, towards Shiksha sir. You are in Lucknow and within a short period of time, when I requested you, sir, we need the participation from various universities of the state, and you asked me, Dr. Sunil, please send me the details. And it was you who spread that information in all the degree colleges and universities of the state. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your kind contribution and help and support which you extended to us. So this event is being organized first time, and the brainstorm of this event was our Honorable Chief Minister and the President of Maharana Pratap Shiksha Parishad, Honorable Yogi Adityanath Ji Maharaj. And I came to know that the idea of this was discussed and was formulated along with Professor Om Prakash Singh sir. I am deeply thankful to Professor Om Prakash sir. He is always with us, and he was, in fact, we started with the Sanskrit speech, Hindi speech yesterday in Maharana Gorakhnath University Gorakhpur, and today this English speech here in MPIT. And let me tell you that Professor Om Prakash Singh, sir, he was always In the night, in fact, he told me, सुनील जी, पोस्टर में जो है, जो बैनर लगा है, उसमें जो लिखा गया है वो हिंदी में लिखा गया है, and immediately what he did, he took this and इसको पता नहीं कैसे, मैं तो समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ कैसे जो है उतनी रात को इंग्लिश में कन्वर्ट कराया और प्रिंट करा के यहाँ पे ला के लगा दिया। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच। ये बहुत सिली ऐसा था, अचानक से फोन आया रात में 9 बजे करीब में, और उसके बाद से उन्होंने जो है इसको किया। थैंक यू वेरी मच all the team of MPIT, the faculty, the students, your support, your time, everything in organizing this event here was commendable. स्मूथनेस के साथ ही आप लोगों ने इसको किया है, ये लिटरली हमारे लिए भी एक लेसन है, और हम दिल से आप लोगों का धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं। एंड लास्ट में सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो लोग कह रहे थे कि ग्रुप में हम ये पूछ रहे थे, आप इमेजिन कीजिए 35 कैंडिडेट्स इसमें है, 36 कैंडिडेट हिंदी, संस्कृत में 30 कैंडिडेट, और सबके क्वेश्चन का जवाब देते देते ग्रुप में प्रोफेसर ओम प्रकाश सिंह सर ने बोला था जब इस तरीके से आज तक सर किसका किसका जवाब देंगे आप इसमें, बट आपने वो पेशेंस बनाए रखा, और वो पेशेंस के साथ आप आए। लिटरली कुछ क्वेश्चंस थे आपके जो फर्स्ट टाइम हम लोग ऑर्गेनाइज कर रहे थे, उसको जो है हम लोग अगली बार के लिए लेंगे, और अगर आप जैसे एक ने बोला कि जो क्लैरिटी होती तो डेफिनेटली उसको हम जो है ले रहे हैं, और आगे जब वो करेंगे तो उसको जो है उस क्लैरिटी के साथ आएंगे। इसी शर्तों के साथ आप सभी को एक बार धन्यवाद, दिल से धन्यवाद। और सबका जो है लंच लाइब्रेरी हॉल में यहीं पे फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे है, सभी लोग लंच करके जाएंगे, और विनर्स एक बार फिर जहाँ पे है वहीं पे रहेंगे। कल पूज्य महाराज जी के द्वारा आप लोगों को जो है फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड थैंक यू वेरी मच एवरीवन। फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड आ जाइए, लाइक वो दीजिए ये रखना वहाँ पे, ये पकड़ो हमारे कुर्ते में, ये शुक्ला सर तीनों